Snow Moon Charms, a wolf shifter fated mate's competition romance. Full Moon Games Book 2, written by Lindsey R. Loucks, narrated by Courtney Connor. Chapter 1. Dungeon living had morphed me into an entirely different Harlow Vale. Now, I was only 3% human and 97% boredom. But there was a plus side. My major in college should have been dungeon pebble throwing. I'd scored 50 out of 50 just today. And if I weren't so gross and dirty, I'd pat myself on the back. I chucked another pebble into the bucket in the far corner. Score! There was no stopping my winning streak. If it weren't for the fact that I was miserable and bored and had been caged down here for 3 weeks, I'd be jealous of myself. Look, Harlow, we can't all be as talented and lucky as you, okay? And now I've started talking to myself in the third person. Did I mention how bored I was locked up in here? If I had to describe a dungeon beneath a mansion, carved out of stone seemingly centuries ago, I couldn't have done much better than the one that had become my home after the blow-up with Stride, after I'd almost killed him in self-defense. How could anybody be this medieval? The rest of the mansion had been updated, modernized, the whole 9 yards. Then again, I told myself as I sat shivering on the stone floor, dungeons weren't meant for keeping prisoners comfortable. And I was a prisoner, not through any fault of my own, only because I was trying to defend myself. And even then, what I did wasn't a conscious action. I didn't mean for it to happen the way it did. I wondered what the odds were of getting anybody to believe that. The thought made me snicker to myself like a crazy person, and the sound echoed off the slimy stone. I doubted I'd be given the opportunity to speak for myself at all. My chuckle must have been loud enough to reach the guards. They were a pair of burly men positioned on either side of the door composed of iron bars. One of them leaned over so I could see the face behind the porn stash. "Do you think something is funny?" he asked. The disgust in his voice set my teeth on edge. "Nothing was funny until I saw your face just now," I shot back. The other guard laughed, earning himself a filthy look before Pornstash turned back to me. "Laugh while you can," he warned, sneering. "It won't be long before you'll never laugh at anything again, because you won't be breathing air anymore." A chill rattled down my spine. No doubt it had something to do with the Arctic floor, not to mention the cold wall I was chained to. I couldn't exactly make myself comfortable with shackles around my wrists, but I could throw pebbles into my bucket. Lucky me. "Are you trying to say I'm going to be killed?" I asked, pretending to be ignorant. "Why would I be killed?" The second guard sighed wearily. "Don't let her lure you into this." Pornstash ignored him, turning his full anger toward me. "So, you're saying it wasn't you who left the Alpha bleeding and unconscious on the floor? They say you cut him to ribbons." "I don't know what you're talking about." Not without a lawyer, anyway. Something I'd been refused time and time again. "Oh? So there was somebody else in that room with the two of you?" Pornstash was only being nasty, but the truth was, what he described wasn't entirely unlike what had happened. There had been a lot of ribbons in the room, and not the pretty kind either. No, there hadn't been a third person inside there with us. Not exactly. But we hadn't been alone either. Something had emerged from inside me. Something I couldn't name. Something I hadn't consciously called upon. It just sort of burst out of me and did exactly what I had wanted to do to Stride. Actually, no, not exactly what I'd wanted to do. I'd wanted to kill him. But he wasn't dead. I knew that for a fact. So why was I in this dungeon, chained to a wall, forced to smell what had to be centuries worth of mold and mildew and rot? The sound of dripping water seemed to come from all around me, though I couldn't exactly see where it was dripping. Maybe somewhere inside the walls themselves, over my head, beneath me. It was like the ticking of a clock, but even more incessant. And it sure as fuck didn't help me think clearly. That was what I needed to do more than anything. I had to think, to plan, to come up with some kind of defense. But what defense could there be? These sadistic assholes weren't going to listen to anything I had to say. Besides, who would believe a white wolf had magically leaped out of me, had chased after the full wolf moon in the window, then disappeared? I didn't know why my mind kept going back to the idea of the white wolf. I wasn't a wolf shifter. I was human. Just a plain, ordinary college girl with a bit of a manic paperback obsession and a severe allergic reaction to passing my classes. I was nothing like the rest of these people. So even if there was such a thing as spirit wolves or wolf hauntings or whatever the hell had happened, no one would ever believe one had erupted from inside me. No way. Is anybody going to come here and actually ask me what happened? I might as well have been talking to myself for all the good it did. The guards deliberately ignored me, raising their voices as they chatted about sports ball or something equally unimportant. It was easy for them standing out in the hall. It was well lit and clean, unlike the damp, dank hole that was now my home. And it was cruel seeing relative comfort and cleanliness just beyond my cell, so close yet so far away. They couldn't keep me like this forever, though. I knew that. Somebody would want to come down and talk to me eventually, if only to listen to me plead for my life. I wasn't about to start begging. No matter how much I wanted to survive this, there had to be an explanation, though. There just had to be. But were they going to want to listen to it? I was not a big fan of the very reasonable voice in my head, mostly because I knew it was right. It didn't matter what the explanation was. As far as everybody was concerned, I had tried to kill the Alpha, who'd chosen me as his mate. That was supposed to be a great honor, something worth competing for in the Full Moon Games. How blind could everybody be? It's not like I had anyone to come to my rescue either. Not my mom, who'd left a note for me, her moon chaser, that she'd be here, and then hadn't been. And what good could Ansy do, my Rihanna look-alike maid, who'd easily worked her way into my heart with her kindness? And Ames? Just the thought of him made my stomach clench. The god of the bookstore and my fated mate had let them drag me away and lock me down here, when he knew very well the kind of man Stride had proved to be. There I was, sort of thinking I meant something to Ames. What a damn idiot I was. At the end of the day, Ames and Ansy would always have to fall in line with their pack. Even though he'd fought for me loudly and in front of everyone in the ballroom after the announcement that I'd won, he would soothe any guilt by telling himself that was just how things were. That peace needed to be kept in the pack, or something ridiculous like that. and he would sleep well while I suffered. I wished I had never set eyes on him in that bookstore. If only I hadn't gone to that party where I'd been chosen to compete. My whole life would now follow another path, one that didn't involve inhaling mold spores and listening as strangers laughed and joked about my impending execution. Though, speaking of strangers, they'd wandered off without warning. "Hello?" I threw down my pebble and crawled to the barred door, which I could just barely reach thanks to my chains. I wrapped my hands around the iron, grimacing at how slimy and rusty and gross the bars felt. "You're not leaving me alone in here. Somebody? What the hell's going on?" I was talking to myself, my voice echoing endlessly with nobody to hear it. No, I was wrong about that. The sudden sound of heavy footfalls, rapid, like the person was running, backed me away from the bars, my legs shaking a little. I might have been an 11 on the sarcastic scale when the situation called for it, but deep down inside, I was a complete mess. Terrified, even. "Where is she?" It was a snarl, something dark and violent, and I recognized the voice. A moment later, my supposed victim appeared, gripping the bars in both fists, snarling at me. Stride. You treacherous, murderous," I blurted, staring at him in disbelief. There were healed cuts and scratches on his once photoshopped face, one of which traced a jagged line from his temple over his jaw and down his throat. His gray eyes looked sunken, and his greasy blonde hair had lost its haloed luster. "You look alive to me," I spat. "That doesn't make me murderous. Even now you would open that smart mouth and defy me? Who do you think you are? You're nothing. You are no one," he snarled. "I've been in a fucking coma for weeks because of you. Me, the alpha." A coma? What? I had done that? He wasn't some unbreakable monster. He was fragile, and somehow I was responsible for it. Didn't know how, but that didn't mean I couldn't feel a little proud of myself. "Then why did you want me for your mate, if I'm no one?" I countered. "What did you do?" he demanded, rattling the bars. "Tell me." I only tried to defend myself. I turned my head to dismiss him, because he knew full well why I'd had to defend myself. "That's all." "You're lying. There had to be something else. Look at me." "I am," I muttered, sneering as I flicked my gaze back to him. "And I'm not impressed." "How dare you?" He shook with rage, and now his wolf growled beneath his words. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. But I wasn't afraid. I wasn't about to lure him into a fight, either. But his whole enraged act didn't scare me the way it should have, the way he wanted it to. Look what I had done to him. Look what I was capable of. I couldn't go back to being intimidated, even if I wasn't quite sure how I had managed to pull off hurting him. And unless I was seeing things, which, yeah, seemed plausible given my dungeon living for 3 weeks, it looked like he wasn't even as bad off as he should have been if he were human. Wolves healed faster. And here he was, throwing a hissy fit. "You're going to tell me how you did it." He vibrated with rage, his words near unintelligible through his gritted teeth. "You're going to give me what I want." Then he upped the ante by dipping a hand into his pocket and pulling out a key. To hell with my pride. I backed away, eyes wide, prepared to fight if I needed to. He stepped into the cell without bothering to close the barred door behind him. Of course, it wasn't like I was escaping my shackles anytime soon. He favored his left arm, even though he was right-handed. He kept his right arm close to his side. Because of me? What other damage was there inside him? I almost wanted to ask. I wanted to hear every detail of how I'd hurt him. What did that make me? No better than him, basically. Though, all things considered, I had more of a reason to be vicious. He had already been so much more than that with me. Tell me, he demanded, advancing on me. Pretty soon I was going to run out of room to back away. You're going to tell me. I have to know. You're making things up in your head. Did I sound convincing? Because I certainly didn't believe what I was saying. Because I had felt that strange power electrify through me before it shot out. It didn't mean I understood it, but I sure as hell felt it. Coming even closer, he sniffed the air. Doesn't smell very nice down here, does it? I sneered, glancing at the bucket in the corner. I could toss it at him, distract him, make a grab for the key, free my shackles, and run. My pulse thrummed in anticipation. There's something more here, he said, still sniffing. With you. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even think you do. Are you sure you should be up and about after your coma? He bared his teeth, growling, enough games. You've got something special. Why else would I have gone out of my way to make you a part of this? My wolf felt that special something in you before I could ever identify it. What did he want? To be congratulated? Well done at stating the obvious. Mush for brains. Just when I thought he couldn't get any more frightening, his entire demeanor changed. His breath came quicker. There was no more baring his teeth or growling at me. No, in fact, when he spoke again, his voice was soft, like a lover's. Fuck if it didn't make every inch of my skin crawl. I have to have it. That power of yours. I have to have it for my own. I'm flattered, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Honestly. And now I was very much desperate to get him away from me. That look in his eyes. It was almost unhinged. So intense I wanted to shrink away from it, but I stood my ground. What little I had left. He pointed a finger at me, and it was then that I saw his dad, Connelly, inside him. Both were shitty excuses for men. That power of yours is going to be mine to use however I want, Stride said. Maybe I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help myself. You wolves. You think you own everything. Like you can possess another person and everything they have inside them. That's not how it works, Dick. He was on me in a flash, forcing me to press my back against the filthy wall while he leaned in, filling my entire world with his terrifying presence. That is exactly how it works, he whispered, disdain dripping from his words. You have no idea what I've already done to gain power, who I've used, who I've discarded once they no longer served me. You wouldn't believe it if I told you. He bent down even lower until his mouth brushed against my ear. It took everything I had in me not to cower away in disgust. All I want is what belongs to me by right. No matter what it takes, I will have it. You're not going to stand in my way either. He trailed a finger down my cheek, and this time I did shudder in revulsion. but it only made him laugh. No, Harlow. You're going to help me keep my place as alpha. It will all be thanks to you. Your worthless existence will finally have meaning. I'm almost glad for you, really. Do you know how many women would kill for the opportunity to stand in your shoes? Then let one of them be the one to help you, I gritted out, turning my face away from his. He took hold of my jaw and twisted my head around until our mouths were aligned, before thrusting his tongue between my lips, his kiss brutal, almost painful. Everything in me screamed out in revulsion, fury, disgust. The moment he stepped away, I spat on the floor. You're one deluded asshole, I told him. Keep telling yourself that. He let out a high-pitched, unhinged little laugh as he strolled out of the cell, closed the door, and locked it with a loud click. Eventually, you're going to wish you had taken me up on my offer in the first place, because this is only going to get worse for you. I had no doubt he was right. The longer I resisted, the more painful and humiliating my situation would be. But what was the alternative? Giving in? Absolutely not. The very thought of it made my hackles rise and my blood boil. I would never, ever give myself to him. And I wouldn't let him take what he wanted either. Though it'd sure be helpful if I knew how I'd stopped him in the first place. I slid down the wall until my ass hit the floor, then drew my knees up to my chest and wrapped my arms around them. How was I supposed to harness whatever power I had if I didn't have the first idea where it came from? Because no matter how I contradicted Stride, it was obvious there was something inside me, something fierce and even deadly if left unchecked. But I had no way of accessing it. I didn't have the first clue how to harness my power. So what good would it do me? Wherever you are, I whispered to whatever was inside me, I'm gonna need you to show yourself again. The only thing I heard was the dripping of unseen water. I didn't even feel the presence of the mysterious beast inside me. I felt nothing but the cold, damp stone under my body. Where are you? What are you? And why won't you come back? Chapter 2. When the guards returned to their posts, I curled myself into a ball. No wonder they'd headed out when they did. Probably obeying Stride's orders. He didn't want them around while he was menacing me, though I doubted it would have mattered either way. It wasn't like they were going to come to my defense. They'd probably stand there and laugh, and take bets on how long it would be before he hurt me somehow. I squeezed my eyes shut, ignoring them, focusing on contacting the other presence inside me. Now is not the time to be shy, I thought, concentrating as hard as I could. Why couldn't I reach it? Did I do something wrong? Did I insult it somehow? No, that didn't make any sense. I was so tired, so uncomfortable and dirty and cold that my brain was starting to make up all kinds of weird things. Then again, was there anything about this whole messed up situation that wasn't weird? I'd felt whatever it was explode from inside me. It wasn't my imagination, especially considering the damage it had done to Stride. If I could only blast off my shackles and burst the door open like I'd demolished Stride, I could escape that way. I could get out of this. And I had to, since there was no doubt in my mind Stride would find a way to make my life even worse the longer I denied him. At least it was a way to pass the time, fighting to find whatever was inside me, something to focus on besides the general misery of my cell. Enough time passed that eventually there was a changing of the guards. I heard them, but gave no indication of noticing them, keeping my eyes closed. They switched every 8 hours. Same rotation, same routine. It was how I kept track of the passing days and weeks. Did she give you any trouble? One of the new guards muttered. All she does is sleep or throw rocks, Pornstash said. She had a little sass in her earlier, but she got real quiet real fast. Probably figured she was out of luck once the alpha came. She's a weak little human, the other guard reminded everybody with a snort. What's she going to do? Weak human? Did you see that room they pulled her and the alpha out of? One of the new ones asked. That got my attention. I didn't move, didn't give any indication of hearing a word they were saying. What happened up there? Pornstash asked. It looked like something exploded. No. Really? Yeah, and whatever it was, it had teeth and claws. There were bites taken out of furniture, claw marks everywhere on the walls, like a rabid wolf got loose. One of the others snorted. You're full of it. You always have to exaggerate. Suit yourself, but maybe you should take a look inside that room next time you pass by. You might be surprised. Yeah, I'm sure I will. I certainly hadn't taken any bites out of anything. It was all kind of a blur, granted, but still. I didn't snack on furniture, though I was sure it was much better tasting than eyeball soup. I don't know. You saw how the alpha looks. And he was in a coma for 3 weeks. Somebody did that to him. And he was good and mad too when he woke up. He shouldn't be surprised. You can't force a bond with someone who isn't your fated mate. When he found his true mate, he should have taken her. What? I popped my eyes open. Stride had a fated mate. How did I not know this? Had she been in the full moon games? Why wasn't he marrying her? Another guard snorted in disbelief. Is that true? That he had a fated mate? You know how rumors are. I heard he did. And that she got sent away somewhere. I couldn't lie here anymore when all this new information was being dropped on me. Who was she? I asked, sitting up. I had never seen 4 grown men jump in unison. Any other circumstances, and it might have been funny. The first one of them to recover snarled at me a little. Since when do prisoners get to ask questions? Another one sneered. Yeah, we don't owe you anything. I only wanted to know. Was she really sent away? What difference does it make to you? Why don't you mind your own business? Yeah, another one of them added. Besides, it's not like she can help you. Wherever she is, probably dead anyway. Whoever she was, she probably couldn't help me. If she was still alive. But maybe I knew who could help me. I need my maid. The one who was assigned to me during the full moon games. I need somebody to send her down here to see me. I have to send a letter. The 4 of them dissolved into laughter. I had no idea I was such a comedian. Your maid? One of them finally managed to choke out. Who do you think you are? Pornstash rolled his eyes. Yeah, let's send a maid down to the dungeon. Because prisoners get to make requests all of a sudden. This was met with another round of hearty laughter. Yeah, well, it can't hurt anything. Don't prisoners get any kind of rights? I'm not allowed to make any contact with the outside world, get a lawyer, a trial where I'm presumed innocent until proven guilty? That's hardly fair. What harm can a fucking letter do? 3 of them grumbled. But the older 4th one looked thoughtful. A letter does seem pretty innocent. She's not going to be able to do anything dangerous. he reasoned, stroking his jaw. And if it will shut her up, maybe it's worth it. Yes, thank you. Though I didn't exactly appreciate the way he said it. I had to pick my battles. Please tell me. I approached the bars, noting the way they all backed up half a step. Was Stride's fated mate sent away somewhere? Is that really true? Shut up. The bravest of them all stepped up, snarling as he looked me up and down with beady brown eyes. He didn't have much room to be judgmental, considering it looked like somebody had stepped on his face. You're getting way too many ideas about what is and isn't allowed down here. Prisoners don't have the right to demand answers to anything, not even if the Alpha chose them as a mate. Another of them laughed nastily, elbowing his buddy. She probably wants to know if there's anybody out there who might compete for the Alpha while she's locked up down here. Right, I hissed between my clenched teeth. Why don't you all make up your minds? Either I tried to kill him, or I really want to be his mate and will compete even more than I already have for this great honor. Come on. You never know. Porn Stash, the crudest out of them, stepped up to the bars, wearing a nasty smile as he began working the fly of his pants. My stomach flipped over and then turned inside out. She might have other talents if the Alpha chose her. He whipped it out, unimpressive, to put it mildly, and stuck his dick through the bars. Suck my cock, and maybe you'll get the answers you're looking for. Meanwhile, his buddies laughed like they were a bunch of little boys who'd just learned what their dicks were for and couldn't stop being impressed with themselves. I flung my hand out and squeezed the sorry excuse of an appendage. Hard. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this, other than laugh at it? I demanded. You bitch, he screamed, trying to pull away and regretting it when my grip only tightened. Oh, you don't like that? Didn't anybody ever teach you not to stick your dick into the jail cell of a person accused of attempted murder? His face began to turn purple, while his friends winced and groaned and barely stopped short of cupping themselves. Let it go, bitch, he grunted, and maybe I won't tell the Alpha what you've done. You'll tell him exactly what I've done. I looked down at the pitiful limp twig in my hand. What do you think I could do to this if I almost killed him? I sensed not only his fear, but the fear of those around him. They were starting to get the message that this wasn't a game, that I was not to be toyed with. And it felt good. Very good. Powerful. A sense of satisfaction settled over me as I locked eyes with one of my captors. Are you going to get my maid for me, or what? I asked, squeezing a fraction harder so he'd get the point. His eyes bulged. Okay, yes. I released him and wiped my hand on my thigh in disgust. Something stirred inside me. Something hot and primal and hungry. Something that wanted very much to punish these people along with everyone else holding me here. My pulse thrashed with every breath I took. Deep inside, in my mind's eye, I could see it, like having an idea on the tip of my tongue just beyond my reach. A white wolf. I felt it inside me, even if I didn't know what to do with it or how it got there. Even if I couldn't remember ever feeling it before coming here, back when I didn't know there was such things as actual wolf shifters outside the books I read. All I needed to know was how to access it. And once I did, what was I supposed to do with it? Chapter 3. Thanks for the wild goose chase you sent me on. I stared at the limping guard in surprise. It couldn't be more than a few hours since he'd practically fled the dungeon after I let go of his dick. But he was still walking funny. What do you mean? I asked. He snarled from across the cell. I mean, you wanted me to find your maid? What, was that some kind of joke? I sat up straighter, shaking my head. What are you talking about? Please, he barked. You know exactly where she is. 6 feet under by now. My blood crystallized in my veins. Ansy? Dead? That can't be true, I choked out, my chest too heavy to get the words out properly. How can she be dead? Good God, would they kill her because of what I did? But why? What would they have gained from that? Stop playing your little games, he growled. They're not getting you anywhere. I don't really understand. Don't worry, he added, ignoring me in favor of sneering like he had a funny little secret he couldn't wait to share. I found somebody better. Somebody very eager to speak with you. There was no ignoring the joy on his face as he stepped away to make room for Connelly, smiling at me from the other side of the bars. The sight of Stride's dad, a James Bond look-alike, with slicked-back blonde hair, shriveled my insides. Open, he muttered, and the guard immediately unlocked the cell door. I stood slowly, staring while he strolled inside like a man without a care in the world. My chains clanked softly on the floor while I fidgeted as he paced the narrow space, moving back and forth in front of me with his hands clasped behind his back. Leave us, he murmured. All the guards fled like they were looking for any excuse to be out of Connelly's presence, leaving just the two of us alone. I was no match for him, at least not without that strange wolf I still couldn't seem to access at will. I probably made a pretty pathetic sight, standing up to somebody like him when he was so much bigger and obviously more powerful. But I wasn't about to cower, not to him, not ever again. He finally came to a stop in front of me, then crept a few steps closer. This time, I wasn't going to back away like I did when Stride came in. I wouldn't let him see my fear. My hatred, though, that I would gladly display. He didn't look spiteful. In fact, even more unsettling, he wore a soft expression. There was warmth in his eyes, an almost tender look as he regarded me, like I was something precious and dear to him. It was disgusting, unsettling, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth. And then his hand shot forward in a flash, taking me by the chin before I ever saw him move. A growl rumbled in his chest as he tilted my head from side to side, studying me. All I could do was hold back my revulsion and pretend like it didn't affect me at all. At last he spoke. I've seen you enough times, but only now do I notice the resemblance to your mother. You look just like her. No, I didn't. We bore a passing resemblance, but nothing more. How do you know my mom? I demanded, trying to shake his hand from my chin. I'm sure it has something to do with what you did to Stride, he continued, finally releasing me. It took everything I had in me not to rub my skin like it would do anything to remove the feeling of his touch. Now that I've seen what you're capable of, it all seems so obvious. Isn't that the way it goes? I have no idea what you're talking about. You've confirmed for me what I suspected when I first set eyes on you, but told myself that it couldn't be possible. I should learn to listen to my instincts. Was I losing my mind, or was he trying to push me to that point on purpose? I couldn't tell. I only knew he was infuriating me. Stop speaking in riddles. I still don't know. Don't be coy. His smile dissolved into a sneer as he looked me up and down. You know exactly what you are. How could you not? When all I could do was stare at him helplessly, he continued, You brought the moon blood back to me. I believed it was gone, as everyone did all these years, but you brought it. Moon blood. I didn't know whether to be intrigued or disgusted. He continued rambling, either not noticing my confusion or not caring. She thought she could keep you from me, did she? She certainly tried, but there's no avoiding the inevitable. You found us. I found a cult of insane wolf shifters, I hissed. I had no idea who you were before I got here, and I don't care. So whatever you think you know, you're wrong. That's right. Waste your time denying the inevitable. No matter. The end result will be the same. It was like he didn't want to hear a word I said. It might as well have been a ghost for all the good it did. Anger simmered in my chest, filling me up with rage that wanted desperately to be released. It was that same feeling I had before with the guard, like something dangerous and powerful was inside me, pushing against my chest, fighting to break free. And oh boy, did I want to give into it. Only I didn't know how. I finally managed to speak, in spite of the crushing pressure. I know you think you're making sense, and maybe you're only saying these things to hear yourself talk, but I truly have no idea what you mean by any of this. I'm just a normal person. I always have been. He threw his head back and laughed loudly enough to make my ears ring. You really don't know, do you? How strange fate is. It always finds a way to win. You came here completely unaware of your destiny. But no matter, your destiny hasn't changed because of your ignorance. Meaning you're letting me go? He ignored my scornful sarcasm. Meaning you will take your rightful place as the Alpha's mate. The Alpha's equal. The place your mother should have taken. I wasn't sure which part of what he just said was funnier. My mother had no idea these people existed, just like I never knew about them until it was too late. Sure, I said, nodding. Keep telling yourself that, because there is absolutely no way I would ever marry that pig you call a son. I know the kind of wife he wants. Somebody who's going to bow to him, treat him like a king. I'll be damned if I ever do that. Again, with a ridiculously quick movement, the next thing I knew, my body slammed against the stone wall hard enough to knock the wind out of me. All of it thanks to Connelly, now holding me in place by my neck. You will do what is required of you, he whispered. His voice was chilling, full of dark, painful promises. Otherwise, I will finish you the way I did your mother. With one hand, he took my jaw again, this time pressing his fingers so tightly I feared he would crack my bones. I will crush you beneath my boot, like you were nothing more than a bug, just like I did to her all those years ago. Confusion overrode the pain, and there was plenty of that thanks to his unforgiving grip. You've got the wrong person, I protested, my voice strangled and tight. I've lived with my mother all my life. My mom is alive. She had to be. Who else could have written that note for me to escape out the back door? Only to not be there when I tried. He only snickered, shaking his head. Oh, Harlow, you are a delight. Even when you insist upon this charade, I can't help but be amused by you. His grip loosened, but he didn't let go of me. He was being gross again, to put it bluntly. almost caressing me with his fingers the way he did with his gaze, his voice. So beautiful, so fierce. Really, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome. Perhaps my claim will be easier than I imagined. He might as well have been talking in a different language for all the good it did. But whatever he meant, one thing was clear. He believed his ramblings in that warped, twisted mind of his, and that didn't bode well for me. He finally let me go, and not a moment too soon. I got the feeling he wouldn't appreciate me puking on him, the way his touch threatened to make me do. When he left, I had no more answers than I did before. It seemed like every bit of information I found left me with a dozen more questions. I had no way of putting any info together either. How could he talk about crushing my mom all those years ago, when I had seen her every single day before making the grave mistake of accepting Ames's invitation to the party? But he seemed so convinced that I was the girl he was looking for. Was he just crazy? I wouldn't have a hard time believing that. He sure seemed like he hadn't paid his brain bill in a long time. But one thing was for sure. In fact, one thing made me wonder if he was onto something after all. The white wolf was still pushing at me from inside, even if it didn't do me any good. How could it if I didn't know how to let it out? If it weren't for the wolf's presence, I'd be able to easily dismiss everything Connelly had to say as insane ramblings. But I couldn't ignore that presence, growing, building, craving release. I couldn't ignore it any more than I can ignore my desire to let it loose. I was starting to wonder if I knew the first thing about myself or my life. And with Ansy mysteriously gone now, not dead, I refused to believe it. There was nobody around to help me. Even Ames. I had given up on him, which meant I was completely on my own. Chapter 4. Time to eat. The guard rattled the bars to punctuate his announcement before sliding a plate underneath the door. Already? It was unnerving having no sense of where I was in the day beyond the changing of guards. They had changed another 3 times since Connelly had left, so it had been at least a full day. I reached for the plate and instantly regretted it. The sight of maggots crawling on the moldy bread and rotting meat made me gag. And that was before I identified the white sauce coating some of it. Only it wasn't sauce. At least not the kind that would come from a kitchen. The guards snickered nastily, and I realized they were watching me, gauging my reaction to what they'd done. Disgusting pigs. All of them. Not hungry. I shoved the plate across the floor, beneath the cell door, then turned my back to them. If anything, they'd done me a favor. My appetite was gone all over again. Not hungry? Are you sure about that? There's no telling if you'll get another chance to eat. I'd learned to ignore their taunting, but something about the choice of words caught my attention. If I get another chance to eat? Why would there be any question of that? I found out soon enough when the door opened, squealing on rusted hinges. I tried as best I could to scramble to my feet, but it wasn't fast enough. One of them took me under the arms and hauled me off the floor. I can stand on my own, I snarled. But all that earned me was enough pressure on my arms that I was sure they'd bruise. Can't have you running off once you're unlocked, can we? Though something told me my captor was enjoying the proximity a little too much. The way he poked me in the ass with what I guessed was supposed to pass for a dick told the whole story. Why are you unlocking me? Where are we going? My questions fell on deaf ears, and within moments, they were dragging me out into the hall. The bright light left me blinking, squinting, struggling to adjust my vision. Not that it mattered very much whether I could see. They took care of that for me in a way, forcing me down the hall fast enough that I stumbled and faltered, trying to keep up. I vaguely recognized the route, having taken it in reverse when I'd first been dragged down to the dungeons 3 weeks ago. We climbed a long flight of stairs leading up to a hallway in the actual mansion, the part that looked like it came from somewhere in this century. Right away, I was acutely aware of my filthy condition. The looks of utter disgust I received from pack members and staff we passed, judgmental, scornful looks, reminded me of how long it had been since I'd bathed and changed my clothes. I was still wearing the once white power suit I'd worn the last day of the full moon games. Where were they taking me? I wasn't going to get any answer, of course, so my imagination spun up half a dozen horrible scenarios during the long walk. Was I being taken to Connelly? Maybe to Stride so he could try to force himself on me again? He had another thing coming if he believed I would give myself to him that easily. Or ever. No, as it turned out, they were leading me to the ballroom, which was more of an all-purpose room than anything else. Instead of being set up for a full moon games presentation and a grand meal, when I entered, I found what looked like a witness box on the stage. Chairs were set up in rows to face it, most of which had already been claimed by furious wolf shifters, who didn't waste any time letting me know what they thought of me. Murderous traitor. Freak. You ungrateful little bitch. I kept my chin high, pretending to ignore them as the force of their hatred pressed against me from all sides. Where was the wolf inside me? This would have been a great time to show itself. Once again, though, I couldn't seem to reach it. I was on my own. But now I was starting to get used to that. The real blow didn't come until I reached the front of the room. In the second row sat a familiar figure waiting. Ames. His hands were cuffed in his lap. Ferdinand, the large shifter who resembled a Viking, sat next to him. Our eyes locked for no longer than a heartbeat before I was ushered up to what I guessed was supposed to pass for a witness box on the stage. But it was long enough for me to recognize the fear in his shadowed blue eyes. I might have been wrong. It was literally a second, no more than that, but I didn't think so. He was afraid for me. Then, like magic, his expression changed into one of blank stoicism as he turned his face away. He turned away from me. From me. Somebody he's supposed to care about. His supposed fated mate. Heat bloomed in my chest, and for one heart-stopping moment, I was sure the wolf was going to burst free. Now I wasn't so sure I wanted it to. I didn't want to hurt Ames, even though he had hurt me. Deep inside, I knew he didn't really have much of a choice, that he was just as lost in all of this as I was, a pawn in someone else's vicious game. Though, seriously, it would have been nice if he would have figured something out, some way to help me escape, an ounce of pity, anything. The room quickly finished filling up once I was in place, gazing out over so many hateful faces. So, this was my trial. It would have been nice if I had been given time to prepare myself, maybe even a shower and a change of clothes, but what difference did it make? I already knew it would be a sham, just like my imprisonment. Connelly stepped onto the stage, his expression cold as his gray eyes flicked over me. He was dressed to the nines as usual in a pristine tux and strutted like a peacock toward me. A grim, satisfied sort of smile touched the corners of his mouth, but he quickly dissolved it away like he wanted to hide it. Now that the accused has arrived, he announced. "We can begin the trial." The murmuring quieted down to something closer to a whisper, while my pulse thudded between my ears. What was his play? What was he planning on doing? He made it sound like I had some higher purpose the last time we spoke, but now I was on trial. Considering the amount of hatred flowing my way, I had a good feeling I wasn't going to get out of this unscathed. Nobody was going to come to my defense. Not even Ames, who hardly moved a muscle. Connelly turned to me. "You've been charged with the attempted murder of our alpha. Do I get a chance to plead my case?" He ignored me, turning his back in favor of gazing out over the crowd. "Furthermore, you are charged with the murder of the maid assigned to your service, Miss Ansy Williams." He paused for effect, and the murmuring grew louder while I gaped at him in stunned silence. "Lastly, you are charged with a conspiracy to destroy this pack by engineering the disappearance of a number of wolves, some of whom vanished during the course of the full moon games." "Wait a second," I shouted over the growing rumbles of anger and outrage. "I didn't do any of that. I had nothing to do with those disappearances. And my maid, she was alive and well the last time I saw her. In fact, there were witnesses when I was being hauled away to the dungeon. She was there on the staircase. The only thing I did was hurt Stride, and even that was an accident." He whirled on me, his gray eyes flashing. I saw my mistake right away, but it was too late to take it back. "So you admit it. You did attack and nearly kill the alpha." I was surprised nobody screamed for my head as the murmuring grew louder, turning vicious. They were practically licking their chops, hungry for my blood. I swayed on my feet, weak with hunger, and near the point of total exhaustion, while my life seemed to be coming to an end. "I told you. It was an accident. I didn't mean for it to happen. I don't even know how it happened." He waved a hand, rolling his eyes. "You accidentally nearly caused the death of a powerful alpha and have no idea how you managed it. That's certainly believable." Nasty, vicious laughter followed this, and it was enough to make me want to scream. It was like being in a nightmare, one where everybody was determined to misinterpret everything I said and did. "It's the truth," I shouted, only to be ignored. "If you're powerful enough to nearly kill the alpha, what is there to convince us you weren't powerful enough to do the rest?" He whirled on me again, his smile cold and disgustingly victorious. He thought he had me pinned down. That much was obvious. And the thing was, he might have been right. "I didn't kill my maid. I never killed anybody." I hated the desperation in my voice, hated letting them know how upset and helpless I felt. There was no stopping it, though, especially when I glanced at Ames and found him staring straight ahead. I might as well have not even been here. "You never killed anyone? That's the excuse you're going with?" Connelly went to a small table, pulled a photo from a folder, and held it out as he approached me. "And how do you explain this?" It didn't take long for me to understand what I was looking at, and reflex made me immediately turn my face away from the brutally mangled body in the picture. I didn't want to see that. Why was he torturing me? "What?" he taunted. "You can't look upon your handiwork? Are you that much of a coward that you would inflict this sort of carnage, but then be unable to accept the truth of your actions?" Fuck him. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to look at the photo, at the body, bloody and broken, lying on a riverbank. Somebody had torn it to shreds. But whoever had done this had left the face mostly untouched except for the blood that had spattered up from the many wounds. Once I studied the face, relief flooded me. That's not my maid. "Oh, Another lie. He thrust the picture closer to my face. This is the maid who was assigned to your care. You expect us to believe someone took her place without us being aware of it. I guess that's what happened, because I've never seen that woman before in my life. She sort of looked like Ansy with her bronze coloring, but she didn't have the gorgeous Rihanna-like features. I think I know the one who spent all of that time taking care of me. More lies! Why let her speak if all she'll do is lie? Someone shouted. That was all it took for the room to erupt. It was all so confusing, voices overlapping, some of them calling for my head, others offering to end my worthless life. I couldn't keep track of everything they screamed at me. I didn't want to, either. There was nobody present, willing or able to speak up for me. Not even Ames, who still refused to look at me. What was I supposed to do? How could I defend myself when nobody would give me the chance? Of course, I was never supposed to defend myself. This was all a sham from the beginning, and judging by the smug little smile Connelly wore, it was clear this was going exactly how he'd planned. He made a big deal of heaving a sigh, like he regretted what he was about to say. In light of this evidence, I have no choice but to condemn you to death. What evidence? I screamed out, but my question was lost thanks to the almost joyful howls coming from the wolves. They were that determined to see me die. The execution will occur in 6 days' time, on the night of the full snow moon, Connelly continued. It will not be for public viewing. The audience groaned in obvious disappointment. Wait, I yelled, but there was no use as the guards took hold of my arms and dragged me out of the witness box. Where are you taking me? What are you doing? In desperation, I cast a look toward where Ames had been sitting, hoping against hope for something, anything to help me. But he was gone. Ferdinand, too. Somehow, at some point, they'd slipped away unnoticed. Ames couldn't even bring himself to hang around long enough to hear my death sentence announced. I didn't know if that made him a coward, or if he genuinely didn't care. Not that it mattered. The end result was the same. I endured the hatred of every single wolf in the pack, as the guards dragged me out of the room and back down to my cell, where I guessed I'd be waiting for my final punishment for 6 whole days. Yet somehow I didn't feel hopeless. There was no sense of this being the end, even with those ugly, hate-filled cries echoing in my head, because there was something else inside me, something strong, something I had been hoping would come back, something that filled me with a sense of calm certainty. My wolf. It was still here with me. Maybe I would be able to escape after all. Chapter 5. My wolf was back. At least, I thought it was. The pressure in my chest built and grew until I was sure something was about to explode. Something dangerous. Come on. Come on, do your thing. I dragged my feet, more frantic the closer we came to the dungeon. This was my only shot at getting away before they locked me back up again. I wasn't sure how a phantom wolf could unlock shackles once I was bound in them again. It was there, so close I could feel it. So why wasn't it coming out? What did I have to do? What was the final step? Come on, I grunted out of desperation. Talking to yourself? The guard gripping my right arm squeezed tighter and yanked me a little closer. She might as well. She doesn't have any other friends around here. The other guard jostled me and laughed when I stumbled. I couldn't pay attention to them. All that mattered was getting in touch with the wolf. It was right there, like an errant thought on the tip of my brain, that I couldn't quite shake loose. Here, Wolfie, Wolfie. This would be a good time to show yourself. Nothing changed. The same pressure, the same sense of not being alone in my own body, but no flash of white light. No wolf. What could I do? There had to be a way to force it out. In my panicked, restless brain, I came up with an idea. What are you doing? One of the guards almost dropped my arm, staring at me. And why was he staring? Because I was growling. Loud, deep growls. I had to. I needed to bring the wolf out. She's lost her damn mind, the other guard murmured. Come on, let's get her back to the cell. I growled louder, grunting, straining. Please, please come back. I wiggled around, then bared my teeth at both of them. It was obvious from their wide-eyed stares that they didn't know what to do with me. She's gone mental, one said. Yeah, I'd let them think that. Whatever it took. I lunged toward one of them like I was about to attack. He squealed like a little girl, jumping back like he was afraid to touch me. Still, no wolf. But I had the element of surprise on my side. Now that they weren't holding on to me so tightly, I jammed an elbow into the gut of the man on my left, then kicked the other one in the balls for good measure. He doubled over, howling, and a sense of satisfaction spread through me, intensifying the tingling heat in my chest. Something propelled me forward, and I began to run blindly, unclear as to where I was going, only caring about getting outside, getting away. I would figure everything else out as I went along. But it wasn't that easy. I wasn't quite fast enough. Where do you think you're going? I howled in impotent rage as an arm wrapped around my waist and began dragging me back toward the stairs that led down to the dungeons. The wolf was right there, at the edge of my consciousness. What was it going to take to bring it out? My life was in danger, just like it had been with Stride. What did I need to do to push it over the edge? I kicked and screamed and shrieked, but it was no use. Now the guards didn't only hate me, they resented me for hurting them, resented me for showing them up even a little. The guard I'd kicked in the balls was kind enough to punch me in the boob, making me howl in pain and surprise. Not so much fun, is it? He snarled. That will teach you. Then he hauled me in close, his sour breath flooding my face and making me gag. Maybe I'll show you a good time before they hang you. What do you think about that? Maybe I'll get my dick wet, give you a thrill. All that did was make me fight harder, kicking and clawing, but still no wolf. Why wouldn't the wolf come? Had I done something to offend it? Suddenly, a howl cut through the air. I fell to the ground when the guard dropped me in either surprise or fear. I looked up, dazed, and for one mad moment I thought, I did it. I really did it. I brought the wolf out. But no, it was only a wolf shifter in his human form here in the hall with us, now grabbing the arm of the guard who punched me in the boob and hurling him against the wall. Ames! I shouted over the surprised screams from the guards. What are you doing? What does it look like? He asked as he advanced toward more guards. They scrambled back like they weren't sure if they wanted to fight him or not. For once, they were showing some good sense. But then one of them decided to charge ahead, howling in rage. What do you think you're doing? You know what he'll do to you for this, right? Ames bared his teeth, snarling, which was even more frightening in his human form. The man now looked like he'd wished he'd called in sick this morning. Both guards took off running, probably trying to find help, since two of them were no match for this mad wolf shifter man. I tried to catch my breath, my eyes stinging something awful. Why are you doing this? I don't need you. I don't need your help. All lies. I was lashing out like a cornered, wounded animal that was so done with everyone's bullshit, even Ames's bullshit, because he'd hurt me too. With the powerful, visceral tug in my chest that hauled me toward him was impossible to deny. my broken heart sang at my fated mate's nearness, but also fissured once again at the sight of him. It was then I noticed how gaunt he looked, how his black tee and jeans hung from his frame, how sharply angled his face now was. It had been 3 weeks since I last saw him. Had he not eaten? He was, minus the handcuffs I'd seen on him earlier, or rather, minus the chain that linked them. He still wore the cuffs on both wrists, which were similar to the ones in the dungeon with full moons engraved over the metal. "Judging from what I saw just now," he said with a smirk, "you need all the help you can get. So maybe put your pride aside for a minute, okay?" It was the way he said it, so superior with his almighty bookstore god tone that ground my teeth together. "So what? I'm supposed to drop to my knees and give you a blowy to say thank you?" I demanded. He shrugged, studying me carefully with his bright blue eyes that were smudged underneath with exhaustion and tight with worry. "It would be a nice start, sure, but I don't think we have time for that. We'll have to revisit that at some point." I could have strangled him, but the sudden approach from a handful of guards rounding the corner sort of distracted me from that. "This way." Ames took me by the hand, and that familiar electric zing powered up my arm whenever he touched me. He pulled me down another hallway, running at top speed and leaving me fighting to keep up. "So, now you want to help," I huffed out, "now that I've already been sentenced to die." He tightened his grip on my arm. "Would you please lay off me for a second, one thing at a time?" We came to a crossroads, 2 wide halls intersecting. I looked behind us, my blood chilled from the sound of many approaching feet. So many angry, hateful shouts. We took off down one hall, seemingly at random. "Where are we going?" I asked, pressing my free hand to the stitch in my side. "We're getting out of here." "They're not going to make that easy. You know I've been sentenced to death, right? You're not going to be killed." "Easy for you to say." We both came to a stop so suddenly I almost pitched forward and landed on my face, but Ames held me up before throwing a few punches at the guards, who seemed to appear from out of nowhere. He was strong, angry, vicious, a blur of fluid movement I couldn't even dream to keep up with. Soon there were 3 guards lying on the floor. Ames took me by the hand and broke out into a run once again. "The idea isn't to kill you." He pulled me into a small room, holding his finger to his lips. I understood why in another second, as what sounded like 6 men ran past the room. We stood very still, holding our breaths until their footfalls faded into something close to silence. "They're going to force the bond between you and Stride," he whispered, leaning in close until his lips brushed my ear. Of all the times for me to shiver. "That was the point," he continued. "The idea was never for you to die, only to scare you into agreeing to go along with it when you had no other option. It was enough to make me gag on my disgust and helplessness and rage. How fucking sick." Ames poked his head out through the door and looked both ways before reaching for me. Even if I didn't want to place my hand in his, I had no choice. He was my only hope right now, since the wolf inside me didn't see it fit to show itself when I needed it most. "Come on, stay quiet for once." Of course, I wanted to bitch at him on principle alone, but I stayed silent, letting him lead me through the maze of hallways, most of which I'd never been down before. I knew the mansion was enormous, but I didn't think it was anything like this. "We'll search every room if we have to." My legs threatened to give out on me when I heard the angry shouts from farther down the hall. Ames's head was on a swivel, his eyes wide as he searched for a place for us to hide. We docked into another room, which looked like it used to be a bedchamber, but was now used to store linens and pillows and other odds and ends. I leaned against the bed, trying to catch my breath. Even my track experience hadn't trained me for this. Probably because when I'd been running for sport, I wasn't being pursued by men who wanted to lock me in a stinking, filthy dungeon where I had to do my business in a bucket while disgusting creeps watched. I still think it's bullshit that you chose to show up now, instead of speaking up for me during the trial. Right, like I would be allowed to say a word. Didn't you notice the handcuffs and Ferdinand leading me around like a dog on a leash? You mean the handcuffs you're conveniently wearing only part of right now? He grinned, the power of it stuttering my pulse. You catch on quick. Footsteps pounded nearby. Someone was coming. We tried to hide ourselves as far back into the room as possible, crouching behind piles of folded sheets and blankets on the bed. I was about to hyperventilate, my breathing too shallow, too fast, my heart knocking out of control. Every room, one of the guards bellowed in the hall, and I winced while Ames muttered a curse under his breath. We were trapped. There was no other door leading out of the room, and eventually, someone was going to come in. Wolf, if you're in there, now would be the perfect time to show yourself. No response. Shocking. It was almost enough to make me wonder if I'd imagined its appearance. All clear in there. The voice was just down the hall. I clutched Ames's arm tightly, not caring how much he'd hurt and confused me. He looked around frantic before tugging on my arm. This way. Once I realized where he was taking me, my feet grew roots and I froze in place. You are not serious. It's our only chance, damn it. I can't fight them off forever, and I can't shift. He shook his cuffed wrists at me, the ones with engraved moons. At that very moment, the doorknob behind us clicked. He was right. We didn't have another choice. But jumping out a fucking window 4 floors up from a raging river running alongside the mansion? Do you trust me? Ames's face filled my awareness when he leaned in close, his eyes locking onto mine. Do you? Do I have a choice? I spat. That was all the encouragement he needed to fling open the window and climb onto the sill, lifting me up beside him. Hey, they're in here! One of the men bellowed before barreling into the room. It's now or never. I had no chance to reply before Ames jumped, pulling me along with him. Down we fell. We landed with a splash in the river. On the one hand, we were out of there. On the other hand, I never had the chance to tell Ames I wasn't exactly the strongest swimmer. It didn't help that the river was deep, the water was frigid, and the current was strong, and I was weak after going so long without decent food or enough sleep. But still I fought, kicking my legs out, fighting to reach the surface. Where was Ames? I'd lost him somewhere. My pulse blared alarms inside my head. Colors swirled inside my mind and beat in time with my shrieking heart. My lungs threatened to burst with the need for a breath, just a single breath. But I was still under the murky water, lost once again, my body ripping this way and that by the current. But then darkness slowly edged the spiral colors out, narrowing in on a pinpoint of fading light. Every part of me, every last cell of my body wanted me to inhale. I knew I shouldn't, I couldn't, but I had to. And finally I couldn't fight it anymore. I opened my mouth and took a breath. Chapter 6. I opened my eyes to find Ames hovering over me, his wet hair dripping into his eyes and collecting on his long lashes. I tasted him on my lips, could feel his breath on my face when he stared down at me seemingly without breathing. The sight reminded me of the moon run, after he'd shifted back into a human in the rain, gloriously naked and wet. He shoved me against a tree and plundered and tasted me with his wicked tongue. Now I rolled over in a panic, coughing up what felt like half the river. On and on it went, my lungs forcing out every last bit of water I'd inhaled thanks to Ames performing CPR on me. Finally, when it seemed like the worst was over, I whimpered, resting my head against the grass. Never again, I choked out. My throat burned like somebody had exploded dynamite inside it, stomped on it, and then rubbed it with sandpaper. I was exhausted, nauseous, weak from exertion. Just take it easy, one breath at a time. It's all you can do. His broad shoulders sagged then, his wet shirt clinging to them, and he dropped his chin to his chest. Good. I didn't want to let him watch me struggle for every last breath. This was a completely new sensation. I had never almost drowned before. It was kind of funny, all things considered, but it made me want my mom. I wanted her more than just about anything. I was so tired of trying to be brave and strong, always lost and fumbling, always a step behind everybody else, unprepared for this brand new world and everything in it. All I wanted was for her to hold me, and for me to apologize for ever having doubted her. If only I had the chance. I would never make that mistake again. I might not ever leave the house again, come to think of it. When Ames finally looked up again, his eyes were bloodshot, wet, and filled with nothing but relief. I turned my back on him, unwilling and unable to feel anything for him but the block of ice around my heart. Still with the attitude, he growled, I almost got myself killed trying to rescue you. Newsflash, genius, I coughed and inhaled a shaky breath. You almost got us both killed. I'm sorry, okay? Would you rather I left you there so Stride could have his way with you and you could be his wife? If you feel so strongly about it, we can always go back. I'm sure they'll accept you with open arms. The grass rustled as he moved away from me, and a cold wind that he must have been blocking erupted a bone-deep shiver inside me. I wrapped my arms around myself, my eyes stinging something awful. You hate me. I get it. But you're also being completely irrational. Irrational? I rolled over to face him, so angry I could have spit nails. Sure, what a great idea. Tell the girl who was sentenced to death today that she's being irrational. See how far that gets you. Obviously, you wolves never attended charm school. Oh, and you did? He demanded. I'm sure school was a waste of time for you. Since you're so hard-headed, you probably thought you knew more than the teachers. Why are you still here? I sat up and regretted it when my head spun. He looked off into the forest, his jaw muscles bouncing. Because you need me, Harlo. Whether you like it or not. Last time I checked, I don't need somebody who's going to literally feed me to the wolves. He winced, so at least I knew I got through to him. Do you honestly think I had a choice? Locked up in my room as I was? Do you think anyone would have let me get a word in edgewise if I defended you? Because I tried. I shouted at the top of my lungs for 3 whole weeks. I couldn't eat. I couldn't sleep, not knowing what was happening to you. My aching heart plummeted because I knew everything he was saying was true. All I had to do was look at him to know the torture he'd put himself through. He stared off again into the distance. Following the direction of his stare, I found myself looking at the mansion maybe 10 miles away. We must have gotten carried quite a ways by the current. At least I felt a little safer, sitting here on the riverbank, surrounded by trees and brush. But they'd be coming for us, and soon. Besides, he continued quietly, I didn't think Stride would try to force his mark on you like he did. Then you don't know your stepbrother all that well, do you? I murmured. He shook his head, a bitter twist on his mouth. I just thought he had more honor than that. I've known him much longer than you have, but ever since he became Alpha, He's changed. All I wanted to do was defend myself. I slumped my shoulders and sighed. I'm not even sure what happened in that room with him. Can you try to explain it to me? He must have seen too many sharp edges on my face because he added, I only want to help. Maybe someday. That's all I could give him for now. The shock and trauma was still too real, too raw to try to explain. I finally managed to stand, no longer feeling so waterlogged, even if my clothes were now heavy and dripping. I couldn't even consider them much cleaner than they had been, seeing as how the river was pretty murky. You should take it slow. He stood as well, hovering close to me like he wanted to help. You'd better get back, I muttered, pointing toward the mansion. Tell them you lost my scent or something. Maybe you can convince them you were chasing me rather than leading me. Thanks for the rescue, but I gotta go. He scowled, reaching for me and scowling deeper when I pulled away. Do you really think I would just leave you? I've got it under control. I didn't want him to get into any more trouble with his pack, and I could be back in the city before nightfall and be done with the whole thing. He shot me a look like I was crazy. And what do you plan on doing for yourself, all alone out here? I'll tell you one thing I plan to do. I stood up as tall as I could with my hands on my hips. He was still much bigger than I was, and anybody watching probably would have laughed at the disparity between us. But I didn't care. I plan on not trusting anyone ever again. I turned to the direction of the city. You should get back to your pack. He just stood there and glared after me, the power of his gaze carving up and down my back. I'm afraid you're stuck with me. I sighed wearily when he appeared at my side. You should go back, Ames, or I'll put you in a trunk and help the police look for your dead body. I've seen enough episodes of cold cases to do it and get away with it too. Fine, he fired back, his voice guttural and raw. My trunk or yours? Go away, I gritted out. You've done enough, so give it up. He closed the space between us, his anger thrumming through the air, and looked me right in the eye, almost nose to nose, and suddenly I couldn't breathe with him so close. My lungs locked together, frozen in the intensity of his icy blue eyes. Yet another example of how little you understand anything, he snarled. Yeah, because you didn't explain what I was walking into before that cult party. I turned away on my heel, prepared to hike all day. So long as it meant getting away from all wolf shifters, including him, I was done. I couldn't take it anymore. He followed me, because of course he did. Why would he bother listening to anything I wanted or needed? Stop pretending there's nothing between us, he demanded. Stop trying to make something happen that's never going to. Maybe if I kept telling myself that, it would be true. But I knew damn well how impossible he was to ignore. Not when he was near me, tightening and strengthening the fated mate bond we shared into an impenetrable force. Not when his knuckles grazed mine as we walked, a simple touch that left me breathless. Even now, long after he'd finished giving me CPR, I could feel his lips against mine. Just the thought of him was enough to make me shiver. Listen. He grabbed me by the arm and spun me to face him, shooting fiery tingles everywhere. Let's look at the facts. I can't go back there. We both know that. Why would I leave you alone now, in the middle of these woods? I most sincerely wished he would stop touching me, because it made me want to do nothing but lean against him, to inhale his scents of violets and sea spray during a thunderstorm and sink into the comfort of being held by him. I don't know, I admitted. Find a way to do it. I'm going home. I'm going to find my mom. I need her. And I need to know the truth about what Connelly said when he came to see me. No way would I be able to rest until I knew the true story. What did he say? Ames's voice softened, along with the cold fury in his gaze. What did he tell you? It was the strangest feeling, being caught between wanting to pour my heart out to him and wanting to kick him in the balls for not leaving me alone. But the expression on his face, concern and pure selflessness crinkling the corners of his eyes, tipped me over the edge. Warmth bloomed inside my chest, and I couldn't fight it anymore. Not only was I tired and confused, but the last thing I wanted to do was argue with Ames. Not when we were alone, when the undeniable connection between us left me wanting to curl up in his arms. I could almost believe he would make everything else go away. Almost. I took a deep, burning breath and then choked it out again. I just want to get home and then find my mom. Please. Thank you for helping to free me, but I have to go. He ran a hand through his hair, tousling the dark strands into wet spikes. I don't like that idea. I didn't ask if you did. I turned away again and started hiking through the woods in the direction of home. He crashed through the brush behind me. Well, you're not going alone, he insisted. Whatever you say. I was done arguing, done wasting precious time. He glanced at me, tension brewing in his wide, tight shoulders. I'm sorry, Harlo. I'm sorry for everything that happened back there. I'm going to find a way to make it up to you. I promise. All I could do was laugh. Such a bitter, hollow sound I'd never heard myself make before. No offense, but promises don't mean much to me right now. After all, they were too easy to break. Chapter 7. Seconds later, something rustled in the brush beside us. Something big. The sound froze my blood and hesitated my steps. An animal. Maybe one that would hurt us? I was so tired of being threatened. Ames, unable to shift, plunged into the brush anyway. My heart seized. Though he was the last person I should have been afraid for. There were sounds of a brief tussle before he emerged, and in his hand hung a dead rabbit, which he flung at my feet. You poor baby. I thought you were a bear, I blurted to it. Ames shook his head at me. Wait, you feel sorry for it because you thought it was a bear, or because it's dead? Both, actually, I said. Why do you insist on killing rabbits and throwing them at my feet all the time? Twice is hardly all the time, little rabbit. He snatched it up by the scruff of the neck and started walking again. I told you not to call me that. I'm not dead, I told him, scrambling to keep pace with him. And how did you get so good at hunting in the wilderness if you grew up on the streets in Nevada? He shrugged, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Both of my dads taught me. That's what my kind is meant to do. His kind. In some ways, he was lucky that he knew exactly what he was. Unlucky, too, because he'd lost both his bio dad and his adoptive dad, the former alpha of his pack. I wanted to ask him what he meant at the closing ceremony when he was shouting at Stride. Harlo is mine. The only reason you chose her is to get back at me. Get back at him for what? I opened my mouth, but I found him staring at me expectantly, as though waiting for an answer to a question I hadn't heard. Huh? I said I could teach you a few things about survival if you want. I reacted before thinking very much, using my forward momentum to my advantage by spinning in front of him, then planting my left foot while taking hold of his left arm in both hands. In one smooth motion, I pivoted, bending slightly at the waist and hurling him head over heels onto the ground. He landed hard with a pained oomph. You mean teach me a few things like that? I wasn't even winded. In fact, I was more than a little proud of myself for so easily taking down someone of his size and ability. My pride only swelled when he stayed on the ground, sucking in breaths through clenched teeth. Hey, I muttered, nudging him in the ribs with my toe. What's wrong? I didn't seriously hurt you, did I? He shook his head. It's nothing. Tisking, I crouched down beside him. Anyone ever tell you that you suck at lying? He hissed in frustration and slowly, grudgingly, lifted the front of his shirt. I gasped when I caught sight of the extensive bruising along his chest and stomach, even his back, along with a gash across his ribs that still oozed blood. What happened to you? How long have you been like this? It happened when we jumped. I hit rocks when we first entered the water. If I could have shifted into my wolf, I probably could have avoided them. And you've been walking all this time like that? You should have said something. You wolves are supposed to heal quickly, right? Guilt clamped down tightly on my shoulders and dragged at me. I mean, it just happened like 10 minutes ago. No shifter heals that quickly. You think you can make it to the edge of the city at least? He puffed out a short sigh. Only one way to find out. We went as fast as we could on 2 legs each, but by the time we made it into city limits, Ames was panting and sweating. If shifters healed quickly, could infection set in quickly too? We hurried toward what looked like an abandoned warehouse with boarded-up windows that sealed in the stench of all sorts of dead things. I'd call it a major win, though, because it had a door with a crossbeam that kept it locked from the inside. Neither of us had any credit cards or a phone on us, which was good since both of those could be traced. We ransacked a dumpster before heading into the warehouse where we found a worn, moth-eaten jacket for Ames that smelled like week-old hot dogs, and an old pair of boots smeared with what I hoped was just tomato sauce for me. We settled ourselves in the corner of the dust-filled floor where there weren't as many rat droppings. I tore a strip from my dirty white pantsuit, since it was one of the few things not covered in his blood, and then wrenched up his shirt. He tore away from me, his eyes wide. What are you trying to do? Kill me? Don't be a baby. I'm just going to clean you up without any alcohol or soap or anything that could actually be, helpful in saving your life. I covered the wound with the piece of clothing and then tore off another strip. How long do you think it'll take for this to close up and for your bruising to heal? Well, he said with a heavy sigh, it would go a lot faster without these. He nodded down at the moon-engraved cuffs on his wrists. They're charmed to keep my wolf contained, as well as all that convenient wolf healing magic. That's why you can't shift? Yeah. I'd had the same cuffs on me in the dungeon to keep me from shifting, except I didn't really need those. My wolf was locked up so tightly that I thought I'd hallucinated it. Besides, my kind doesn't heal as fast, Ames said. But it depends on if I have internal bleeding or not. Oh, God. I hadn't thought about that. I swallowed thickly. There was something deeper than pain etched across his face, and the firm line of his mouth, the worry between his eyebrows, the narrowing of his striking blue eyes. Wait, did you say kinds? Like kinds of wolf shifters? He sucked in a pained breath while I tried to clean him up the best I could. Could you try not pressing so hard? I'm not stride. You don't have to take your anger out on me. Oh, I'm plenty angry at you too. At his silence, I pursed my lips, balling up the torn part of my shirt for a clean spot, though clean was pretty relative. Can you tell me about wolf healing? How does it work on something like this wound? It's in our blood, the heat of it, the magic. We heal faster than humans, but it's still not instant. If you were hurt the way I was, you wouldn't be able to do all this walking today. You wouldn't have been able to drag a limp body from the river and do CPR. I patted his hand while I continued dabbing. Yes, you are very impressive and manly. Wasn't about being impressive or manly, Harlow, he snapped. Sighing, I sat back on my feet and fixed him with a glare. Considering I'm sitting here, trying to clean you up, you might want to be a little nicer. So, all of a sudden it's important to be nice to someone who's trying to help you? He nodded. What's it like to make up rules you don't have to follow? Damn, I'd walked right into that one, hadn't I? I took a deep breath in hopes of calming him down before I punched him straight in his bleeding gut. Tell me more about wolves in packs. What was it like for you when you joined? Anything to keep him talking and not me, so I wouldn't put my foot in my mouth again, because he had a point. I was being such a petty bitch to him, even though he'd saved my life countless times. And put me in this situation in the first place. It wasn't like I could just forget about the trauma of the past few weeks. He grumbled like he wasn't keen on changing the subject so easily, but went along with it. When I first joined the pack, Stride went out of his way to make it feel like home for me. He sort of took me under his wing. He sighed, making his 8-pack waver under my cleaning. That's why it's hard for me to come to grips with what he's doing now. It's not the Stride I used to know. He changed. I couldn't exactly bring myself to sympathize with him, because I had seen and felt what Stride could do. Maybe nobody had ever told him before that there was a big difference between what a man, any man, was willing to do in front of his friends, and what he was willing to do in private when his victim didn't have the strength to fight him off. I began. Does he blame you for your adoptive dad's death? I couldn't help myself. It was none of my business, but I wanted to know. Ames's gaze shifted inward, sorrowful and far away. Darian was so much more than an uncle to Stride. He was his hero. But yes, he blames me. I got there too late to save him, and it destroyed Stride. Sometimes I think it destroyed him more than me. We fell into silence then, me cleaning, him trying not to pass out from the looks of him. How many kinds of wolves did you learn about in those classes you were taking? He finally asked. I frowned. None. No kinds. You mean kinds like different breeds? He nodded. You were only learning about Ironjaw wolf shifters. That's the kind of wolf Stride, Connelly, and most of the rest of the pack are. So, what kind of wolf are you? I'm a mountain wolf. And what's the difference? We're bigger, for one thing. Stronger. We have longer teeth. I see. I had so much to learn about this brand new world I existed in. As long as I kept myself alive, anyway. What else do I need to know about mountain wolves? He pursed his lips, the power of his gaze electrifying the air. Our bonds are unbreakable. I nodded, keeping my focus on cleaning him, drawing breaths that didn't stutter and quake. When mountain wolves find their mate and complete the bond with the wolf mark, they're linked eternally and irrevocably. Ironjaw wolves, they're a little different. More of a joining than a linking of souls. That sort of bond can be broken. And if they find their fated mate, they can choose to reject them. But you can't. No, he said softly. We were bonded by fate. We both felt it. But what if fate was wrong? After everything that had happened, what if I didn't want the life of a wolf shifter with a wolf shifter? In an effort to keep those thoughts from flashing all over my face, I asked, what other kinds are there? A lot of other different kinds are gone now. There used to be a lot more intermingling between them, too. One pack merging with another, combining their strengths and skills for the betterment of everyone. What do you mean gone? Like, wiped out? Yeah. There were frostbites, for one. Their teeth were like razors. And the silver claws? What was their ability? They had retractable claws, even in their human form. I tried to imagine humans randomly sprouting claws and shivered. And there were moon wolves too, but they're gone now. Something sparked inside me. Something hot and fierce and brilliant. Really? I asked, my voice cracking. And what was the story with them? I don't know. Nobody has seen one in something like 20 years, he shrugged. I've never heard anything about what made them so special. Not many people ever talk about them. Moon wolves. Did they have anything to do with the moon blood Connelly was talking about? Granted, his comment had grossed me out more than anything else, but I couldn't shake the sense of it being connected somehow. Thank you for this. He lifted his tatted arm to look over his wounds. I tried to ignore the epic show of defined muscles and the way the sight of them made my mouth water. I didn't really do much. I just cleaned you up with my once white pantsuit I've been wearing for 3 weeks. And you did well. Our eyes met, and I immediately looked away. I wasn't so sure I wanted this connection with him. I was still too angry, too bitter and hurt that I was in this position in the first place. At one time, I'd begun to forgive him for inviting me to that party. But now I felt too broken inside to ever forgive anyone, ever again. Or maybe I was being a total salty bitch. After all, he'd saved me twice, just today. But there was still a very big part of me that couldn't let go of the indignities I'd faced in a marriage competition I never asked to be in. Stride's inability to hear the word no. And in that filthy dungeon with filthy men watching me, having to stand there in front of all those wolves on the ballroom stage and listen to the awful things they said, knowing they wanted me dead and would gladly tear me to pieces then and there if given the okay. And now I traded one stone floor for another. I settled in on my side with one arm under my head for a pillow. My body was just about as drained as I could remember it ever being. But my brain was another story. There were thoughts whizzing back and forth, ideas bouncing around, memories too. For instance, the memory of what Connelly said in the cell about moon blood, and how I had brought it home to him. Did that mean my spectral wolf was one of the moon wolves Ames had described? If so, what did that mean? And why was I, of all people, given whatever power it took to bring that wolf out of me? Would it ever come out again? It was all so fucking ridiculous. I squeezed my eyes shut in an attempt to block it out. Moon blood. How idiotic. I couldn't be one of them, because there was just no way it was possible. I was a normal person. I had never so much as growled out of nowhere or sprouted hair someplace where it shouldn't have been. There was nothing wolfish about me, or my mom, who I missed worse than I had ever missed anything in my whole life. Eventually, all that thinking tired me out too, until I felt myself beginning to drift away. I pried one eye open to find Ames sleeping, his full lips relaxed, his long, dark lashes fanning his cheekbones, his wounded body seemingly at peace. My eyelids grew heavy, so I began to close them again, but not before I lifted a hand to brush my matted purple hair away from my face. It had to be a trick of the moonlight through the boarded slats of the window, because no way was there actually smoke drifting up from my fingertips. Chapter 8. 4 sleeps until the full snow moon. Harlo, Harlo, wake up. I closed my eyes tighter, burying my face in my bent arm. Maybe if I ignored her, she would leave me alone. I just wanted to sleep. I was so tired. 5 more minutes, I muttered, and already I felt myself being pulled back under into sleep. Harlo, come on now. You have to wake up. I need to talk to you. That wasn't my mom. It sounded a little bit like her, though, soft, calm, warm. Then everything came flooding back. Reality hitting me like a semi-truck. I wasn't home, and I wasn't late for class. And there was no reason for a woman's voice to be murmuring my name. I snapped my eyes open. It was still fully dark, but the moonlight through the windows revealed what was in front of me. A massive, snow-white wolf, whose face was roughly a few inches from mine. A squeak clawed at my throat before I scrambled back from the beast. Ames, I discovered while looking back and forth in a frantic search for a weapon, was still asleep beside me. Could he not sense that there was a freaking wolf in here with us? So strange. When I thought that about Ames, I could have sworn the wolf smiled. There are many things you believe are impossible, which are, in fact, completely possible. You just don't know it yet. Like with Ames in his wolf form. This wolf's voice filled my head. What are you doing here? I demanded. Get out of here. We don't want anything to do with you. Are you sure about that? Instead of backing away, the wolf began to slowly advance on me. I shriveled away until my back bumped the wall behind me. I had no weapon, no phone, only a sleeping wolf shifter next to me who snored once and then rolled over. Stop messing with my mind, I insisted, pure fear leaking into my voice. Just go, okay? The wolf's clear blue eyes never left me as she advanced. Calm down. Everything's fine. I'm not a threat or an enemy. You have the wrong idea. Said the wolf to the little rabbit. I swallowed hard. That's bullshit. Her head tipped to the side, her eyes sparkling in the moonlight like sapphires. Are you sure about that? I see no little rabbits here. I see you. Now that my head wasn't all fuzzy and half asleep, the truth became obvious. It's you, isn't it? You're the wolf that attacked Stride. I'm the wolf that protected you, you mean? Her head bobbed gently up and down. I'm part of you, Harlo. How? How is that possible? I'm the other half of your soul. At birth, a moon wolf's soul splits into 2. There's your human side, and then there's your wolf. I'm the wolf, separate from you, but part of you at the same time. I quickly went from backing into the wall to leaning against it for support. So, you're saying that we are a moon wolf? Like the ones Ames was talking about? The wolf nodded again. Yes, only a moon wolf has the power to exist both in human form and wolf form at once. Other wolves must shift from one form to the other. But I'm always present inside you, waiting to be freed. Where have you been all this time? Like, my whole life. I've always been there, sleeping, you might say, but always present. You were unaware of me because you were unaware of any of this. Like, never noticing something until the first time you finally do, and then being unable to avoid noticing it again. Have you ever found that to be true? Yeah, now that she mentioned it. This is insane, though. Again, it seemed like she smiled. I know it must seem that way, but tell me, have you ever been able to see something in your head before it happened in reality? Any little thing. Have you ever been able to predict the future? No, not even a little bit. If I could predict the future, I wouldn't have accepted the invitation to Stride's party. Are you sure about that? Or were you so determined to go because something inside you knew you were about to find your true place in the world? Was I? I struggled to remember my feelings that day. True, I was more determined than usual to get what I wanted. Why was it so important that I go to the party? Because I was so intrigued by Ames? Or was it something deeper than that? So, I am a wolf. But how? I don't understand. What was Connelly talking about when he said he crushed my mother? He had to be talking about a different person, right? He was confused, right? Even I could hear the desperation in my voice, but I couldn't help it. I was so tired of feeling confused and lost and afraid. There are people coming. You must be open to them to learn more about what you are, she urged me, her voice heavier now, more serious. You might feel afraid, but believe me, they're going to be your greatest asset if you want to get through this in one piece. You have to follow them. But who are they? How will I recognize them? You will, she assured me, nodding slowly. But be careful, too. Once those around you identify what's in your blood, they will say and do anything to convince you they're a friend, an ally. Don't trust blindly. Those you believe are the enemy may in fact be your true allies. Okay? Wasn't most of what she said just basic life advice, though? You know, that's not helpful at all, right? I've gotten clearer answers from a fortune cookie. Ames stirred, muttering something in his sleep, drawing our attention. And this one, the wolf continued, he is your fated mate. He's hurt you badly, but be careful. Don't push him too far away. He's the one true friend you have, the only one you can truly rely on. He's devoted to your safety. But everyone has a breaking point. Too much pressure, and you might end up damaging your relationship irreparably. She was right, especially if all Ames had done was open the door to help me find out who I truly was by inviting me to that party. And I'd charged through that door, was still charging through that door. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be totally in the dark. Is there anything else you can tell me? Please. What am I supposed to do next? How will I know these people you're talking about when they show up? I'm so sorry. It wasn't the wolf speaking, but Ames, now sitting upright and staring at the wolf. His eyes were unfocused, though, so I had to wonder if he actually saw her, or if he was dreaming. Ames? I whispered. He didn't look at me, never turning his gaze away from the white wolf between us. His voice was low, flat, when he said, "My one and only goal was to protect you, and I failed. But please, don't take that as any sign of my feelings toward you. It had nothing to do with that. I wanted to kill Stride for even touching you, but it wasn't possible. And even if I'd tried, I knew he would only have taken it out on you to punish me." The wolf looked from him to me, then vanished. Wait! I sat up, reaching for something that wasn't there. Something that had never been there. I looked around, confused, shaken. I was on the ground, not sitting against the wall with Ames sleeping soundly beside me. It was just a dream. So why did it feel so real? I could still hear the wolf's warm voice in my head, could still hear what Ames said to it, all those warnings. I couldn't have made them all up in a dream, could I? I looked down at Ames. He was lying too close to me. But then I remembered the dream and what the wolf had said. even if it hadn't really been here, even if everything was in my head, I knew the wolf existed. It had proven itself to me. Who was to say it wasn't really speaking from somewhere deep inside me, carrying some wisdom that had always been there, but I hadn't known how to tap into? If that was the truth, then Ames's place was by my side. And when I thought of that, a sense of peace and rightness settled over me. As soon as I stopped fighting the inevitable, I felt a lot calmer, less stressed out about our escape, and renewed determination about our next steps. I settled back down, nestling in close to Ames, grateful for the warmth from his body. Was it all true? Everything from the dream? Was I one of the moonwolves? If so, this whole situation was a lot more complicated than I'd originally thought. Mom would tell me the truth. She was the only one who could at this point. I had to find her, no matter what it took. She would give me the answers I needed. Chapter 9. The silence between Ames and me wasn't uncomfortable, but it was heavy, almost like a thick sludge neither of us particularly felt like fighting our way through. I didn't know whether he was simply too tired to speak, or if he was angry with me for being angry with him. I couldn't help but remember the wolf's warning in my dream about how I could irreparably damage our relationship if I wasn't careful. Had that already happened? Or was I being paranoid? Because there was also fatigue to keep in mind. Even if wolves didn't get tired as easily as humans, he still had to be feeling it, especially since so much of his energy had been devoted to healing. By the time we said goodbye to our little corner of the abandoned warehouse, his wounds looked only marginally better, though. We really needed to get those charmed anti-shifting cuffs off of him so he could heal faster. I stole a glance at him when he reached out to help me climb down an embankment. The ground was a little loose, stones and gravel and bits of wood sliding out from under my feet, but his grip on my hand reassured me. We stayed off the roads, choosing instead to walk through factory and construction sites, as well as vacant parking lots. It was still dark out, sunrise probably only an hour or so away, and thick fog clung to the ground and made it even harder to see in the night. "You look upset," I observed, after spying his pinched expression. "I can't imagine why," was his dry response. Then something sparked behind his eyes, and his lips twitched. "You're not worried about me, are you?" I huffed a breath and dropped his hand at the first opportunity. "I have eyes, is all. It's hard to miss that hangdog expression on your face." He grinned. No pun intended, I assume. Pun fully intended. He laughed, the pleasant sound so odd in the foggy dystopia of the city's edge that I laughed too. I liked how easily we could get along when we let down our guards, and there were no emergencies or dramas going on. We had a natural chemistry. I had felt it from the beginning, back at the bookstore. That chemistry, that magnetic pull, was what had made it seem impossible for me to ignore his invitation to that party. Of course, he had also gotten me into trouble. I was only here, stumbling my way through the city, and completely at the mercy of his navigational skills because of that pull. It made me remember the white wolf's warning from last night. There was definitely something between us. I couldn't understand it, but I'd felt it from the very beginning. As much as it hurt to know those feelings were what got me where I was, the wolf's warning echoed in my head. I couldn't risk hurting our relationship when he was the only person I could truly count on. Then again, it had only been a dream. That didn't make it real. It didn't even mean the white wolf was real, that it actually lived inside me. My subconscious could have been making it up after all the excitement and danger and stress. That was all dreams were anyway, our subconscious trying to make sense of reality. We continued on with him walking in front of me and my hand still tingling slightly from his touch. It was unnerving. It was intoxicating. Remember how you were telling me about all the different kinds of wolves yesterday? I asked, hoping I sounded casual when I felt anything but. He glanced back and smirked. Vaguely. I rolled my eyes. Anyway, are you sure there's nothing else you know about moonwolves? Why are you so interested? You never heard of them before yesterday. I don't know, I lied. It just sounds interesting. And we're not doing anything but walking anyway. I thought, like I said, there's not much to tell. They don't exist anymore. This was getting me nowhere. Had I already pushed him too far away? Had he decided I wasn't worth the trouble anymore? As hurt as I still was by him, and this whole situation, the idea of losing him forever splintered my heart. Have you ever heard of... I shook my head. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, people with wolves inside them. And even though they can't shift, they sort of... Wow, I was fumbling this left and right. Like, send the wolf out from inside them? It's not easy to describe. You mean a spectral wolf? Yes, that's what I mean. Have you ever heard of those? He came to a stop, his shoulders rising and falling for a few breaths before he turned around to look at me. There was a shrewdness in the way his glacial eyes moved over my face, like he was searching for something. A spectral wolf. Now, what would you know about those? I don't really know anything, that's why I'm asking you. How do you know they exist? That's what I meant. I wasn't getting a good feeling about this. Did he know something? How could he? Nobody knew what happened in that room between me and Stride. Not even me, considering how I couldn't make any sense out of it. I don't know. I guess I heard somebody talking about it when I was in the dungeon. He shook his head slightly, frowning like he was disappointed. So, what did you hear? What do you know about them? I threw my hands into the air with a sigh. You know what? I didn't ask you so you could interrogate me. If I knew anything about them, I wouldn't have asked you. I brushed past him, but he was too quick, grabbing me by the arm and turning me in place. His eyes narrowed. You're talking about what happened back there after Stride chose you at the Full Moon Games? How he ended up injured? I could almost hear Stride threatening me, snarling at me, telling me there was no means of escape, that I was going to be his whether I liked it or not. My heart started pounding the way it did then, nauseating me, making me want to scream. I would have done anything so long as that memory could be erased. You can tell me, Ames said gently, his fingers gliding warm comfort down my arm. It's no use going back over it. It's over now, and I'm never going back there again. I moved around him and kept walking, because it was easier than seeing that concerned look on his face and having to pretend I couldn't answer him. I kept moving, wishing I had never said anything in the first place. Just forget about it. I was only trying to make conversation anyway. Wait a minute. When I didn't, he easily caught up with me and stood in my way. My one and only goal was to protect you, and I failed. But please, don't take that as any sign of my feelings toward you. It had nothing to do with that. I wanted to kill Stride for even touching you, but it wasn't possible. And even if I had tried, I knew he would only have taken it out on you to punish me. Oh my God. That was exactly what he'd said in my dream, word for word, only now he wasn't all flat-voiced and creepy. But it didn't scare me the way it maybe should have. No, instead, there was a swelling in my chest, an almost overwhelming warmth, satisfaction, the sense of everything being right. It was the wolf, reminding me not to push him away, because I didn't know when it would be one push too many. I understand, I admitted. It felt right to say that. Worth forgetting my stubbornness and pride for a minute. It felt so good, in fact, that I kept going. And you're probably right. I remember the weird sort of energy between you and Stride, like he was always trying to prove something. For an alpha, he spends too much time feeling insecure, his mouth twisted in wry disapproval. I know your hands were tied, literally, with the handcuffs on your wrists and Ferdinand as your guard. And I know this was so hard to say, but I had to say it. I had to at least try. I know you didn't invite me to the party, so Stride could, claim me. I know you didn't deliberately get me involved in all this. I didn't have to come to the party, but I did have to. Once I saw you, there was no forgetting you, he said, lifting his fingers to trace my cheek. If you were a wolf, you would understand better. It was the kind of thing I couldn't ignore. His gaze fell to my lips and lingered there, eliciting a tingle that left me breathless. And when Stride announced he wanted you, you'll never know what that did to me. I could have killed him, but of course, that was impossible. I wanted to steal you away, to get you away from him and keep you all for myself. So, what's stopping you? I breathed. His lips twitched. Honestly, the fact that I reek, no offense, but you do too. I laughed. You mean the smell of bad hot dogs and tomato sauce doesn't do it for you? It's not the stuff your romance books are made of, he said, shaking his head. Be careful, Ames. You sound like you know what you're talking about. He ran a hand over the back of his neck, grinning a little sheepishly. I might have done a little research. What? Really? How? I asked, laughing at the way his cheeks colored like he was embarrassed. I may have started that one book, the book before The Winter of Shadows and Prey. My eyes popped open wide. The Veil of Moonlight and Fangs? He nodded, grinning. Wildly inaccurate portrayal of wolf shifters, by the way, but I wanted to know why you loved it so much. That was the sweetest thing I'd heard in, ever. He was staring at my mouth again, and I stared right back at his. He was going to kiss me, and I wanted him to. I wanted him to stop wasting time with smelly excuses and kiss me as hard as he could. Thunderous currents crackled in the air, and my lips burned as he took a step closer to me. Closer, leaning down. But the snapping of a twig yanked us apart. He tensed, his face stony as we turned in the direction the noise came from. I curled my hands into fists, angling up on the balls of my feet to move quickly. And when a pair of men emerged from the shadows of a parked bulldozer, it was clear that strength and agility would be necessary. They were tall, not bulky, but definitely powerful looking. They carried themselves like royalty, their heads held high, moving with grace despite the gravel under their feet. They might as well have been walking into a ballroom or a throne room or something equally impressive. They smiled, and the truth of who they were slammed into me. But it wasn't possible, was it? They didn't exist outside of books. Like the books I read about shifters. Thinking they weren't real, that they only existed in fiction. Yet here I was, leaning against a real, live shifter, while staring down a pair of real, live vampires with gleaming fangs. Chapter 10. To my surprise, Ames smiled back at them. Maybe he couldn't see their hunger for what it was, rimming their eyes in sharp crimson edges, but I certainly could. "Oh, it's you two," he said to them. Then he turned to me. "This is Ronan and Cassius. We've met several times while they were working on an agreement with Stride." "I see." I didn't see, but at least Ames knew them. Maybe that meant they wouldn't need us. "We're sorry if we frightened you." The taller of the two, who Ames had indicated was named Cassius, bowed slightly. "We heard the discussion and were too intrigued to be polite and go on our way." How very creepy of them. Even if I hadn't known they were vampires, I would have felt uneasy thanks to the admission of eavesdropping and the way Cassius never blinked his red eyes as he stared at me. Almost like he could see inside me, or like he wanted to. Like if he stared long enough, he would know my very thoughts, my feelings, my fears, my blood type. I very much wanted to get away from them, in other words. The other one, Ronan, gave a whole new meaning to quiet, broody, good-looking vampire man, and looked like he wanted to be literally anywhere else than here. Me too, thirsty cadaver. Me too. "Ames, forgive me," Cassius said, his gaze moving over me as he spoke. "But you did not see fit to give us your lady friend's name." "This is Amber," Ames replied too quickly. "She's a friend of mine." Amber? I knew better at this point than to openly question him, but that didn't mean I understood anything about him changing my name. Did that mean he didn't trust these two? Was Amber the name of an old girlfriend? Dear God, that was not what I needed to be thinking about just then. "Amber," Cassius purred, his nostrils flaring. "What a pleasure to meet you. It's unusual, coming across such a beauty in the middle of nowhere." My skin shrank away from my bones. Something was definitely wrong here. The image of a cat playing with a mouse flashed in my mind's eye. I most definitely did not like being a mouse. "Yeah, so what brings you two out here?" Ames asked. Did they notice how intent he was at turning their attention away from me? Or was it one of those fated mate connection things that made it possible for me to understand his motives without being told? I hoped it was. Otherwise, he was being way too obvious. Cassius's cold gaze lingered on me for another beat before he swung around toward Ames. "We were meeting with our mutual friend, Stride. We were looking on his behalf for a wolf traveling in this direction." "Huh," was all Ames said. He said this stray needed to be brought back into the fold. Cassius's hard, shrewd eyes slid slowly between us. He was very upset. Wasn't he, Ronan? Truly at his wit's end, the other vampire growled. Why couldn't we just run away? It was obvious they were playing games, and I didn't want to be any part of it. Was Ames healed enough to stand up against two vampires? "Well, that's too bad," Ames said. "I haven't seen him in a couple of days. I wonder what he's so upset about." I had to give Ames credit for at least one thing. He was very good at playing dumb. He even looked concerned the way a friend would in a situation like this. "It seems he misplaced something and is very, very highly motivated to get it back." Cassius stepped forward, his smile somehow widening and hardening at the same time. Now, there wasn't the slightest bit of sincerity behind it. He was a shark, plain and simple, and he had sighted his prey. Us. Cassius stared at me, his blood-lusting eyes shining in a way that frayed my nerves. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you, pretty Amber? Indignation rose up inside me and carved its way out with the use of my tongue. Fuck this cat and mouse game. Was it his balls he misplaced? I blurted, because I'd love to be the one to say I tore them off, but I didn't get. Ames grabbed me around the waist and pulled me behind him. Enough, he growled. The two vampires chuckled, the sound like brittle bones cracking. Amber doesn't know what she's talking about, Ames said, his jaw turning to granite. She seems pretty clear-headed to me, Cassius observed. Perhaps you want to allow her to speak for herself. She can't. We're trying to meet up with family elsewhere. He reached behind him and took firm hold of my arm. Good luck finding what you're looking for. It was like magic, the way the vampires went from standing in front of Ames to clustering close to me, sandwiching my body between theirs. They were so cold, reminding me of the dungeon I was in not so long ago. Do you have any idea how incredible you smell? Ronan leaned in, sniffing my hair. I hadn't washed it in weeks. The closest I'd come was a tumble into the river. It's incredible. Cassius gripped my chin between vice-like fingers and licked his lips. I can practically taste it, the power in it. Thrumming, throbbing. It almost sings, Ronan murmured in agreement. There was something so tantalizingly lyrical in his voice. Something that made me want to stop everything just to listen. Listen and obey. No matter what it was they were searching for, I wanted to give it to them. Hang on a minute. Ames's voice was light, friendly, but the dark and dangerous edge underneath snapped me out of my trance and swept goosebumps over my skin. He sounded like his wolf was rearing up to fight, even though he couldn't shift. Like I said, we have somewhere to go. He yanked me out of the vampire's grips and started to pull me along with him. I was all too happy to go. Could we run, though? Because these two had definitely moved fast. Like, blink and you'll miss them fast. Why so hostile? Cassius asked with a menacing laugh. Come now. You certainly can't believe we mean any harm. I know you don't mean any harm. Ames faced him head on, unblinking, a fierce fire raging across his perfect features. Because Stride would never go for you threatening or attacking us. I'm the son of the former Alpha, and you know that. Ronan fixed him with a wry smile. You're going to use the daddy excuse? Really? Cassius chuckled. All right. This has been fun, but it's time to get real. What the fuck does that mean? Ames countered, jutting out his chin and flexing his hands. You're the ones running from Stride. It's pretty obvious. Ronan looked me up and down, clicking his tongue like he felt sorry for me. This one, dressed in rags. Both of you filthy, unwashed, reeking of desperation. Was it my desperation that sang to you? I shot back. Or was it the years and years of shit and piss I sat in on the dungeon floor? Amber, Ames hissed, squeezing my arm until it hurt. Not helping. And if you are, in fact, on the run, Cassius added, totally blowing us off, then you are no longer protected by any sort of treaty or agreement. You're fair game. My heart stopped, and my so-called magical blood froze. And then they lunged at us. Chapter 11. It all happened so fast. So fast I could hardly keep up. I only knew I had to survive. We had to survive. No, that wouldn't be enough. I realized as I picked up the longest, heaviest 2x4 I could find while Ames fought against both vampires at once. We couldn't just survive. We had to keep them from taking us back to the mansion. back to Stride and Connelly. No way were we going to get lucky enough to escape again. That truth sent a fresh rush of adrenaline pumping through my veins as I swung the board like I was trying for a home run. It whacked across Cassius's back, and he hissed before whirling on me. His eyes had gone full, chilling red, but it only made me raise the board and smack him again. You think that's going to do anything? Even his voice sounded different now, more like an animal, almost like he'd only been pretending to be civilized before now. Would it help if I shoved it through your chest? I jabbed at him with it when he advanced, but he sidestepped me effortlessly, then took hold of the wood and yanked it out of my hands before snapping it in half over his knee and tossing both pieces away. Well, fuck. Luckily, Ames had thrown Ronan to the ground in time to see what was going on, and he came to my rescue, throwing himself at Cassius and driving both of them into the nearest tree. Ronan was starting to stir, so I grabbed for the closest, biggest rock and threw it straight at his head. I missed. This is why running and dungeon pebble throwing were my best skills. Those and not giving up so easily. I threw another rock, and that one hit home. Ronan slumped back to the ground. Ames grabbed me by the waist and pulled me away before I could go for another weapon, like a wooden stake, to be sure Ronan stayed down. Come on, we have to go. Ames was already running, half carrying me, but I went and stumbled, slipping from his grip as I went down. That gave Cassius enough time to nearly catch us, but Ames yanked me out of the way and then lunged at him. I resorted to scrambling for more rocks, and I used them on Cassius and Ronan, throwing frantically, not even aiming very much. At least it slowed Cassius down so he couldn't grab me right away, and Ames threw Ronan at him. Like, through his whole fucking body. That dazed them both and gave us time to run away again. What are we going to do? I asked, breathless. But of course there was no answer. At the moment, all that mattered was surviving. There wasn't exactly time to make a plan. I looked over my shoulder and my stomach dropped at the sight of Cassius hot on my heels. I had cut him on the temple, and blood ran down the side of his face. I'll gut you, he shouted, and I thoroughly believed him. Instead of grabbing me and slicing me open, though, a dark shape raced past my vision and collided with him. It wasn't Ames, who was still pulling me along in a sprint behind him. Ames! I screamed, but my voice was lost over the roar of more crashes between the factories and construction. Wolves. They were wolves, and they were descending upon the vampires. We stopped to stare in disbelief. Do you know them? I whispered. No, Ames rasped. The enemy of my enemy is not my friend. That statement became truth when a handful of wolves turned on us. Ames and I stayed close, with me clinging to him and him angling himself in front of me. So what do? I asked, my voice shaky. You run, he hissed, turning to face me. No way, I'm not leaving you here. I tightened my hold on his arm as if to prove it. Listen to me, he barked and speared his fingers through my greasy hair. His blue eyes were desperate, pleading. You are my mate, and it's my job to protect you. I felt it when he said that, my wolf rousing in me, responding to him. What a shame a romantic moment like this had to happen while we were fighting for our lives. Then again, when weren't we anymore? The wolves crept closer and glared at us down their long noses. Some hadn't bothered to shift, but their intent was still crystal clear. I wasn't going to run from my mate. No, I was going to stay and fight with him. For him. Ignoring his growl, I grabbed a shovel leaning against a nearby pile of wooden beams as the wolves continued to advance. One wolf snapped too close to Ames, and he whirled and kicked it in the face. We went back to back, turning in a circle, keeping our eyes peeled for sudden movement. Now would be a fine time for my wolf to make an appearance. Where was she when I needed her? A shifter who hadn't shifted lunged, this time at me. Go away! I swung my shovel at his head. He ducked my swing, then grabbed the shovel's sharp end and used it to pull me close. I had no choice but to let go and knee the guy in the balls. He doubled over, grabbing himself, howling, but the sound only brought two of his friends my way. Ames! I screamed when they took hold of me. He'd just kicked a dude in the sternum, and then rushed at us, his face twisted in rage. A quick punch to the jaw of one of my captors freed one arm, and I whirled on the other one and swung my fist as hard as I could. It made contact with his throat and startled him enough that he let me go. "Can you climb a tree?" Ames demanded. What a strange, unexpected question. Yes? Then go. Hide. And let you fight them alone? If Connelly hired those shits, they're going to take you back. Don't you get it? He took my face in his dirty, blood-stained hands. I'm not going to lose you. Find a way to hide before it's too late. A pair of ghostly hands manifested behind him, took him by the shoulders, then yanked him back. To my horror, I realized it was Cassius. He dragged Ames away from me, so I did the only thing I could think to do. I sprinted toward him, jumped on Cassius's back, and clawed at him with my fingernails. He flung me off like he would a pesky fly. I hit the ground hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs. A roar split through the air, and a body fell only a few feet from where I landed. It was Cassius, dazed, but very much alive. Dead. Same thing, in his case. Next to me lay a sharp wooden stick, likely a result of all the snapped lumber from the battle. I'd never killed anything before, never thought too seriously about it, but today seemed like the perfect day to start. I snatched the stick and hauled myself to my feet. Cassius still lay there, watching me. Sounds reached through the mist, grunts and angry shouts, fists flying, the fight continuing. Power surged inside me, the anger and the frustration, all of it barely restrained. I welcomed it, focused on it, struggled to bring the wolf out like I had before. But all I had was me and a stick. It would have to be enough. I stood over Cassius and brought the stick over my head. If this didn't work like the books and movies, I was screwed. Cassius grinned, flashing his fangs. You have company, little vampire slayer. What? I got my answer at the crack of a twig right behind me. Fuck. More trouble than you're worth. A man grunted in my ear, his arms like steel as they wrapped around me. Harlo! Ames bellowed, rushing toward us. All that earned him was the attention of another 3 men who descended on him. No matter how he fought, he couldn't get through all 3 of them at once. I still had my stick, though. But the man holding me flicked my wrist in the wrong direction, and I was forced to drop it. So, fucking never mind. This was it. We were finished. They were going to take us back to Connelly and Stride, who would only be even crueler. The man dragged me away through the mist. Still, I fought, kicking and screaming and thrashing. But what did it matter? So many things went through my head all at once. Should I have stayed and given Stride what he wanted? Should I find a way to end this on my terms before he could ever put a hand on me? Was death better than spending my life being used by him and turning into a perpetually stoned zombie like Ames's mom? All this effort for nothing. The man threw me up against a white, windowless van parked on the side of the road. He had a scraggly, dark beard and frog-like eyes that bugged out of his face. You're not going to get away with this. You're going to regret ever putting your hands on me. Do you even know who you're dealing with? I spat in his face, most of it collecting on his beard. He wiped it clean with his forearm before backhanding me hard enough that I saw stars in an entirely different galaxy than this one. Listen to her, he laughed, spinning me around so the side of my face was against the metal. All those empty threats. He was still laughing as he forced my wrists behind my back and bound them. Get your hands off her, Ames growled, but a pained grunt, and then silence followed. Still, he was alive and here with me. Relief swept through me, striking at every taut nerve. Open up. The bearded man attempted to shove a rag into my mouth with a dirty hand. I clamped my lips shut tightly, but he only squeezed my jaw with the other hand, prying my mouth open before gagging me. I tried to force the rag out with my tongue, but it was no use. Just when I thought it couldn't get worse, he pulled a hood over my head that blinded me. I wiggled and kicked and screamed behind my gag, but none of it stopped me from being lifted, then viciously shoved into the back of the van. I landed hard on my elbows and ass before rolling to the side and then trying like hell to free my hands. They were tied so tightly, my fingers were already starting to go numb. Something heavy thudded next to me, likely Ames. The doors slammed shut, and what had already been dark behind the canvas hood was suddenly inky black. I'd just traded one cage for another. Chapter 12. Come on. I need you. I never needed you more than I do now. I grunted and growled and visualized the white light exploding from me the way it had with Stride. But it was no use. Bitter tears welled up in my eyes, hot and frustrated and hopeless. Our punishment had only just begun, all because I didn't know how to harness my power to save us. The van started moving, rocking me back and forth until my body fell against Ames. "Harlo," he whispered. "Are you all right?" My pulse hummed at the sound of his voice. Had they not gagged him? I spat out the gag. "Try open your mouth as wide as you can, then force it out with your tongue." I tried to, but the fabric somehow worked its way backward instead and gagged me. "I'm so sorry," he whispered as we were jostled back and forth. "We'll find a way out of this. I swear. I'm not going to let them hurt you again." I finally managed to dislodge the gag, then forced it out of my mouth. "How?" I asked weakly, tears stinging my eyes. "There's more of them than there are of us. There has to be a way. A second that they turn their heads. A distraction. Anything." We hit a bump in the road, sending us crashing against each other again. I was starting to ache in places I didn't know could ache, like my hair, between my toes, and inside my nostrils, all stupid places to hurt. "Did you hear something?" One of the men sitting up in the front barked. We both went silent. I held my breath while waiting to see what came next. I only exhaled when the thrilling, "what shape is that cloud" conversation going on up front continued. "We've got to find a way out of this van before we get to the mansion," Ames whispered. "If we can roll over so we're back to back, I might be able to untie your hands. Then you can untie mine, and we can jump out." "Okay," I whispered back. We were facing each other at that point, so it took a little bit of doing to roll over until we were both facing in the opposite direction. And it hurt like hell, putting it mildly. Plus, I had to wonder if I'd have any feeling left in my hands by the time Ames freed them. How was I going to help him if I couldn't use my fingers? Though I couldn't have been as numb as I thought I was, since I could feel him fumbling around, trying to get an idea of the situation with my bindings. At least they hadn't used something like zip ties or duct tape, just some good old-fashioned rope. Ames fumbled around some more, trying to identify the knot without the benefit of being able to see it. I gritted my teeth against a cry of pain. It felt like my skin was on fire with all the chafing, not to mention the way my shoulders screamed every time the van lurched to the side and made me slide away from him while he was still holding the rope. There was only so far I could stretch before I dislocated both joints. I could have wept with relief when the rope started sliding around looser than before. Not loose enough that I could pull my hands free, but enough that blood started flowing again. Unfortunately, that hurt worse than anything so far. Angry pinpricks of feeling stabbed into my fingers. Tears rolled down my cheeks under the filthy, stinky hood. But I held back my agony. Out of nowhere, the van rocked almost violently to the side, flinging us both against one of the unpadded metal walls. "Ames," I whispered, frantic, wiggling around trying to find him again. He reached me and clasped my hands as I let out a sigh of relief. Granted, it didn't seem like the kind of situation a person could be relieved about, but his touch both soothed me and reminded me I wasn't alone in this. Yet instead of working on the rope again, all he did was clutch my hands tighter. Something's wrong. As if I needed to be told that. What do you mean? We aren't going back to the mansion. Icy dread tapped down my spine with a skeletal finger. What? The angle we were lying at suddenly changed. Now we slid together, back to back, as the van started rolling up an incline. "How do you know?" I hissed, working my rope myself. "The land around the mansion is flat in all directions. Did we hike up or down any hills this steep since we escaped?" He made a good point, and it seemed like we were dealing with a lot more than just a hill, as the incline kept steepening. Finally, my hands were free, so I ripped the hood off my head and did the same for Ames. We met each other's eyes for a moment, his stark with worry, mine likely the same, and then we did a quick sweep of one another for any severe injuries. Other than smugly bruises and gashes, we were fine. I immediately got to work on Ames's rope binding his wrists. Once I freed him, he made a mad dash to the back door and tried to open it. Without success. There were no levers or anything to pry it open with. "Fuck," he muttered, crawling back to me. "We'll have to wait to make our move, until the van stops and they open the door." "What else is around here?" I whispered. "That's like asking how long a piece of string is. Who knows? I'm not exactly familiar with every inch of Florida since I'm from Nevada." Terrific. So we weren't going back to Stride, Connelly, and the pack. There we were, assuming we knew the worst of what could happen to us. When was I going to learn there was always a bigger threat right around the corner? Terror punctured a hole in my chest and coated my tongue with bitter acid. I thought I was scared the first time I saw humans shift into wolves. I was scared during the full moon games. Scared of Stride, no doubt. And let's not forget when I was sentenced to death. Being attacked by vampires and then thrown into a windowless pedo van by shifters hadn't exactly been my best day ever either. But none of these things was anywhere close to the mind-numbing panic when the van pulled to a stop. This was it. Time to run. "Try not to be scared," Ames whispered. I barely heard Ames over my heart battering my ribcage. We readied ourselves, preparing to spring. Ames grasped my hand tightly. "Stay with me, Harlow." My head jerked in a nod. The doors squealed open slowly and poured in daylight. I blinked rapidly, fighting to adjust my vision. I didn't want to be at a disadvantage if I could help it. Ames rushed at the door, hauling me behind him, but a pair of clicks stopped us short. The unmistakable sound of cocked guns. "You must think we're really stupid," one of the guys said. The way the men chuckled among themselves made something dark and sinister rear up inside me. Like this was all some kind of game to them. Like it was so amusing holding our lives in their hands. "Fuck you," I spat. That earned me another cold laugh. Strong hands gripped my elbows and yanked me out of the van, then sat me upright with my legs dangling over the back edge. "Stay," one of the men threatened at gunpoint, "or I'll put a hole in that pretty little head." Fizzing with volatile rage, I turned into a living bowl of razors, but stayed put. Another of them bound my hands again. They hauled Ames out too and threw him toward the ground at my feet, where he heaved a pained groan. "What a waste of time," one of the men observed as he worked another rope around Ames's wrists. As if that would do any good. Exactly how did you two plan on getting away? Ames only growled at him, which made the man laugh harder, a cruel sound that sent a chill running through me. But they'd left the hoods and gags off of us. What did that mean? That no one would hear us scream? A quick look around as they led us away from the van explained our sort of freedom, at least a little. We were up on Sugarloaf Mountain, in an area that, without the van, could easily have been mistaken for someplace out of the distant past. There were no power lines, no buildings, and nothing as far as the eye could see but trees and more trees, along with ledges and sharp drop-offs that led down to a shadowy forest and Lake Apopka far below. If we tried to get away on foot, we wouldn't get far. "Where are we? Why did you bring us here?" Ames demanded. When one of the captors tried pulling him along, Ames rooted himself to the spot. The intense, angry energy rolling off of him crackled the air, and I found myself wondering if these guys knew what they had gotten themselves into. Did they think Ames would just agree to whatever Connelly wanted? I couldn't believe anyone else other than that evil monster was behind this. Who else would be this interested in us? And where's your boss? I added. If he wants to see us, he can come out and see us. I'm not going to be dragged around like a prisoner. The men exchanged confused looks. Were they pretending? Trying to throw us further off track by acting like they had no idea what I was talking about? They had to be. This was all some stupid mind game, and Connelly was an expert at those. Then one of them snorted. They think we're taking them to Connelly. This set off another round of laughter, louder and heartier than before. I had never wished so hard to claw somebody's eyes out. Finally, one of them stopped laughing, long enough to speak. Not hardly. If anything, we're the opposite of him. So far, I found that hard to believe, considering what they had already put us through. What do you mean? Ames growled. Who are you? Keep it moving. One of the men touched his gun to Ames's lower back. Come on. We've got some hiking to do. Oh, good. Just what we needed. There were no visible signs of other people anywhere, just trees and rocks, mossy and wet with dew, making it necessary for the men to help us now and then since our hands were once again bound. What's with all the secrecy? Ames asked, walking a few steps behind me, flanked by his own pair of guards. Now that we're here, why can't you tell us where we are or why you brought us here? Do you always talk so much? One of the men by me asked, turning to give Ames a dirty look over his shoulder. The less you talk, the quicker we get there. I wanted to ask exactly how quick that would be because my whole body ached from exertion, but I kept my mouth shut for once. Finally, one last steep climb later, we emerged into a clearing. I stopped dead in my tracks, gaping at what was in front of us. You've got to be kidding. Tiny wooden cabins, all of them lined up neatly like houses along city streets, sat on either side of a dirt road. People bustled around, walking along makeshift sidewalks comprised of wooden planks, so many of them. Everybody busy doing something or other, like carrying jugs of water or wood. Some led animals to a roped-off location where goats and other four-legged creatures grazed. Ames stepped up behind me, almost bumping into me when I didn't move out of the way. What is this place? Come on. The one with the gun at Ames's back nudged him along, and he was quick to brush my shoulder with his before he took another step. His touch was reassuring. It gave me the strength to put one foot in front of the other, even if I had no idea where we were headed. At least I wasn't alone. Everybody looked at us with curiosity, but gave us plenty of room, skirting around us as our captors led us down what seemed to be the main road. There were more and more cabins spread out in all directions. Between them, people chopped wood, built fires, or cleaned carcasses. Beyond them, there was what could only be described as training. Round targets with bullseyes in the centers were set up at one end of a clearing, and men and women clad in the same dark clothing I saw everywhere practiced firing crossbows. Some even threw spears, accurately too. If I wasn't so scared and confused, I would have been impressed. Stay close, Ames murmured, eyeing the strangers warily, but then his blue eyes widened. Wait, I know them. Those two women. I saw their pictures, part of a shifter family that disappeared. What are they doing here? Two women quickly shuffled inside a cabin before I could get a good look at them. Hey, answer me, Ames demanded of the guards. Did you take them too? Is that what all those disappearances were about? You've been kidnapping people all this time? The man snarled at Ames but refused to answer the question. At least they weren't killing their captives. But that didn't exactly give me a ton of confidence as we approached a 2-story structure in the center of the camp. It was obviously meant as a gathering place. I realized as our captors shoved us into a very large, open room full of wooden tables and benches. 2 of our guards cut the ropes binding us. That didn't make me feel any better, though. The back of my neck prickled, and goosebumps peppered my arms as all of them dispersed. leaving us not quite alone while they waited just outside. "Why not just kill us?" I whispered, sticking close to Ames. "Why all the secrecy?" "Because you're too important to kill," a woman's voice announced. My mind skipped, my heart stalled, and then beat in triple time. Wait a minute. I knew that voice. My breath stuck in my throat as I whirled in the direction it had come from. I gaped in disbelief. Ansy? Chapter 13. Ansy was here. My former maid, my friend, my sister from another mister, was here. She was dressed like the rest of them, wearing heavy-looking boots and mountaineer clothes, but she was just as gorgeous as before and seemed right at home as a Rihanna look-alike maid discovering her inner cowgirl. She even had a whip coiled at her hip, for fuck's sake. "Oh, my God," I whispered. A sob rose up in my throat and scraped out too loudly, but I was beyond caring. I threw myself across the room and into her arms. "Welcome to our little city," she said, wrapping me into a tight hug. "You have no idea how eager I was to bring you here. But don't worry, I've ordered the men to treat you with kid gloves. You're safe here." She ordered the men? My timid little maid, who I thought was dead, and who existed in the wrong century? "You're not dead?" I whispered, since that was the most important thing on my mind. No, it wasn't her picture Connelly had shown me during that sham of a trial, but still. I figured something must have happened to her if she'd upped and disappeared like she had. In the back of my mind all this time, I hadn't been able to face the possibility of her being dead and gone. She was too important to me. She smiled, shaking her head, her green eyes shining with humor. "No, I'm not dead. Not yet." "So, what about the maid who was killed?" I shot a confused look at Ames, who was following our conversation carefully. "Which maid?" she asked, frowning. Ames spoke when confusion tied my tongue. "They put Harlow on trial and showed her the photo of a maid she supposedly killed. They said the woman in question was assigned to her. In other words, you." Something stirred within me, some deeper wisdom that was able to cut through my million questions. "Did you kill her?" I asked, a deep, black pit opening inside my stomach. A strange coldness flickered across her face, hardening her features into granite. "It had to be done," she shrugged, not even bothering to pretend she cared. "Trust me, if there had been another way—" "So, you killed her and pretended to be my maid?" My voice pitched to near hysterical. Who was this woman standing in front of me? I thought I knew her, but the joke was on me. Her green eyes widened, once so pretty against the dark shade of her skin, but now shining with deceit. "It was for your own good. I had to protect you." She cast a glance at Ames, like she needed him to back her up. "Of course, anyone Connelly assigned to you, Harlow, would have been a spy for him. And for Stride. I couldn't allow that. You're too important." Ames rubbed my shoulder. "Hear her out," he murmured. "She's right about how important you are, at least." "That's right." Her smile was wide, relieved, like she had passed the first test. "You're in no danger here. I only wish we could have tracked you down sooner. I understand things were looking a little grim when my team came along." Her team. It was all too much to wrap my head around at once. She motioned toward one of the many long tables and benches set up around the room. "I thought it would be best to sit down with you and explain things a little before getting you cleaned up and fed. There are things you need to understand before you're exposed to more of us." Nodding, I collapsed onto one of the nearest benches, and while looking around warily, Ames moved behind me, still standing. Ansy sat across from me, folding her hands on top of the table. I couldn't help but see her as the woman who helped dress me and offer me wine and champagne we'd sipped together in my room. And now here she was, some badass rebel leader. Just when I thought I had a handle on things, the rules of the game kept changing. As I said, I'm sorry I had to take that mate's place, but there was no other way to ingrain myself and blend in with the others in the pack. Connelly and Stride don't even know the names of everyone in their pack, let alone faces, so that part was easy. I had to stay close to you, Harlo. But why me? It was obvious from the beginning there was something special about you. Why do you believe Stride chose you when you're not a shifter? No human has ever been chosen for the full moon games before you. It's because you have power inside you, and fate couldn't ignore it any longer. It was obvious Connelly would want to get his hands on that power. He had to be stopped. Has to be stopped, Ames corrected in a gravelly voice. Present tense. You're right, she said with a curt nod. He has already inflicted so much damage. We cannot allow him to continue. So, was it him? Behind all the contestants and some of their families getting attacked? Or disappearing? I blurted. That's exactly right. Her shoulders heaved as she sighed, the sound bringing to mind deep exhaustion, maybe even sadness. It's been decades now. Connelly has systematically stripped the other packs of their members, bringing the alphas under Stride's control for protection, or trying to. When unsuccessful, they resort to murder. Chaos within a pack creates division after all. Connelly wants his pack, which he considers the only pack that truly matters, to rule all packs. And unfortunately, Stride has come to accept these beliefs as well. Ames took a breath like he was about to argue, but then his shoulders sank a little. Maybe he knew better. Maybe the truth of what she said was starting to sink in. As for myself, I had no trouble at all believing a word of it. Not just Connelly's part, but Stride's. I had seen what he was capable of, what they both were capable of, up close and personal. So that's what this has all been about? I asked. Some kind of pack superiority or whatever? She nodded slowly. Exactly. All those deaths, all those missing wolves. That's what it's all been about. The systematic elimination of anyone seen as unsuitable or unwilling to go along with Connelly's big plan. There were others, too. Those of his own pack who didn't share his extreme views and refused to go along with what was essentially genocide. So he killed them too, I murmured. When she nodded again, Ames growled softly. There was a twinge of pain in my chest, a sadness that seemed to go beyond sympathy. I mean, wouldn't anybody feel bad if they heard something like this about their own pack? So, what you're saying is, he stared at her, unblinking. Connelly killed my dad? His own brother. I don't know that for sure, she said. But is it all that great of a stretch? He fell quiet then, and my heart broke for him, for his confusion and pain, even though I bet he always suspected that was the case. I wished we were alone so I could comfort him in private. Not that I would know what to say, not that I was sure it would be helpful either way, but he was hurting. That unseen but undeniable connection between us made it impossible for me not to ache too. We've been trying to fight them for years, she continued. And we've saved who we could by helping them disappear. But I'm sorry to say it wasn't nearly enough. We have many such survivors here, those we managed to grab and take to safety before Connelly could destroy them. They've trained to fight back, the way we all train. We've put together quite an impressive little group here. I'm looking forward to showing you what we have in place. I wanted to see it. I really did. But there were much bigger questions still rattling around inside my poor, overworked mind. Are you going to kill Connelly? Is that where this is heading? It was the only logical question, at least as far as I was concerned. Ansy tipped her head to the side, her mouth stretching into a grimace. Not exactly, but we do want to capture them and hold them accountable for what they've done. Them, as in Connelly and Stride. Ames's voice was tight, his body vibrating with undeniable energy that left me hoping he'd be able to hold himself together. Yes, because they are both responsible. Ansy held his gaze, unblinking, unflinching. They've both committed atrocities. There are many who have suffered, who've been cast out, forced to go into hiding for fear of what would happen to them if they didn't. And of course, there are many who have lost their lives. Ames blew out a heavy sigh and paced away a few steps. Stride has to know Connelly killed his favorite Uncle Darian, somewhere in that little mind of his. How can he just go along with that? Compartmentalizing, gaslighting, Ansy said. Connelly is a master, and so is Stride. They show a mask to the rest of the world, while what's beneath the mask is entirely different. I'm sorry, Ames. He fell quiet, shaking his head as he sauntered a few steps from the table. I can't forget what he did to me, I whispered, and tried to do to me. He already showed me that other part of himself. That's who he really is, deep down inside. He'll pay for that alone. Ames spun around, his eyes meeting mine, troubled and stormy. I will never forgive him for what he tried to do to my fated mate. Your what? Ansy's head snapped back in shock. My fated mate, Ames repeated, coming to stand next to me again. That's who Harlo is. Ansy nodded slowly. All the more reason for you to stand with us and fight back. How? He shook his head, wearing a disbelieving smirk. No offense, but how is a band of rebels supposed to take him on, when he's managed to destroy so many others? Believe me, she murmured, her eyes narrowing, more wolf-like than I'd ever seen her before. We have our ways. It won't even be much of a fight. How? I asked. How are you going to do it? A cold, malicious grin spread across her face, one that constricted my flesh to my bones. We're going to force Stride to rebuild the packs. Everyone has to know what they've done, how much carnage they've caused. Killing both of them outright would only make them martyrs. And what if those close to them chose to take up the same fight, so to speak? They'd be even more powerful against the supposed threat that killed the Alpha and his father, which we both know would paint a target on the backs of anyone considered dangerous. So you'll hold them both hostage, then? Ames asked, crossing his arms. We're going to bring them to trial. There was such a deep, burning satisfaction in her eyes, in her voice, that I could almost see it in front of me. Stride and Connelly, wounded, dressed in rags, filthy and starving just like me, having to face the families and loved ones of those they'd already destroyed, having to face the rebels who'd lived in hiding thanks to their plans. It's still not enough, I murmured, resentment boiling in my gut. After what Stride did to me, He'd better lose part of his anatomy, and I'd better be the one to wield the weed whacker. Ansy's laughter was light, soft. God, I've missed you. But trust me, by the time we're finished with him, he'll wish his punishment was as simple as castration by weed whacker. She smiled then, grim but assured, and I knew two things with complete certainty. One, she believed every word she said and was committed to seeing it through. Two, that something was off about all of this. I couldn't put my finger on it, but unease coiled deep within my gut. Did I even know this woman anymore? What wasn't she telling us? Or was it just my paranoia, raging like a blistering inferno after so many days of lies and deceit? Nobody could have blamed me if I found it impossible to ever trust anybody again after being through so many versions of what I was supposed to believe was the truth. What was it my white wolf told me in my dream? That I should trust those who were coming my way. This has to be what the white wolf was referring to, right? Who else could it have meant? The vampires? In some ways, it was almost as if the full moon games had never truly ended. They'd just taken on a whole new hellish form. Who would come out victorious? And who would end up dead? Chapter 14. I'd never enjoyed a hot bath so much in my life. Layers of grime and blood and all kinds of other unmentionable filth were now washed down the drain after the good scrubbing I'd given myself, not to mention the 3 times I washed my hair. Now I wore green camo pants and a red button-down flannel, along with a pair of boots that fit perfectly once I put on a second pair of socks to make up for the size difference. A far cry from the glitzy dresses and heels Ansy dressed me up in back at the mansion. But did I feel better now that I was clean? Not exactly, because something about this situation still made me feel gross. There were so many red flags when it came to Ansy's behavior. She had flat out killed an innocent woman and didn't even seem to feel sorry about it. She was one of those the ends justify the means types of people. And I remembered enough from my history classes to know those people were usually the most dangerous, because they usually thought they could do no wrong while achieving exactly what they wanted. Ames emerged from the room across from mine, on the 2nd floor of the community building, and warmth flared up deep inside when I saw that he'd cleaned up too. He looked slightly more refreshed. He wore a similar outfit as mine, with his damp hair curling around the collar of his flannel and flirting with the edges of his neck tattoos. Without a word, I swept through my open door straight into his arms. He held me close while I inhaled the smell of his soap and his usual violets and sea spray during a thunderstorm scent. "I'm sorry," I murmured into his chest. "I'm sorry too," he sighed into my wet hair, his voice rumbling deep vibrations beneath my cheek. "But you have no reason to be sorry." "I'm just glad you're okay," I said, grazing my fingers up his strong jawline. "But what do you think about all of this?" He blew out a heavy breath. "It's a lot. It is." "Oh, good!" Ansy appeared at the end of the long hallway. "You two clean up nice. You ready for me to show you around a little?" The two of us nodded. "Follow me then." She started down the stairs to the 1st floor. "You've already seen some of the work we've done, but I'm really proud of the training pit." Yeah, she sounded proud, to the point of overzealous. We followed, Ames's face carefully blank, mine with my usual resting bitch face. No need to change things now, since that face had done so well for me in the past. We headed outside into the cooler air, where Ansy pointed out various places of interest. That's where we store supplies, she explained, gesturing toward a wooden structure guarded by 2 heavily armed men. And this is where we store weapons and ammunition. She pointed to a bigger structure, 2 floors, and this one was guarded by triple the number of men. Was I imagining things, or did they stand up a little straighter when they saw her coming? Like they feared her and didn't want her to catch them slouching? Or maybe they just respected her, and I was reading too much into everything. So, the group is well armed? Ames asked, and I got the distinct impression that he was fishing for more than the obvious yes answer. Oh yes, she said. We've built up our arsenal over many years. Many years. I tried to imagine being so committed to something for such a long period of time. Wouldn't that twist somebody's mind up a little bit? Or was I yet again imagining things to fit the narrative I was constructing in my head? I had to remember what my wolf said, how I was supposed to trust the people who were coming next. I didn't know it would be this hard to ever trust someone again. She showed us the animal pen next. Some members of our group still enjoy hunting their dinner, she explained with a soft laugh, sounding almost like the Ansy I remembered. So we keep animals around for the sake of setting them loose and letting our wolves catch them. I kept my wince contained until Ansy turned her back to show us something else. Then I let loose with it. Ames definitely noticed and nudged me as he took my hand. You don't approve? He murmured. I don't feel the need to play with my food before I eat it, I answered. This whole experience is going to turn me into a vegetarian real fast. He shrugged, his cool blue gaze sinking to my lips and lingering there. Someday, you may not mind so much, little wolf. Doubtful, I said, but I smiled at my new upgraded nickname. No longer was I Little Rabbit, prey. Now I was a big, bad wolf, but only sometimes, and never when I wanted to be. Ansy took us to the closest point of the stream that provided clean water to the camp. Downstream, women washed clothes and laughed together. That eased at least a little bit of my concern. It would have been one thing if everybody sort of wandered around with their shoulders hiked up to their ears and flinching at every sound, as if they were all terrified. It seemed like most of the people we'd come across so far were relatively happy, or at least satisfied to be where they were. Ansy gestured broadly to one side of the main road. And here is where we do our training. I noticed the targets when we first got here, Ames said, nodding. But you didn't see the pit. She wore a Mona Lisa smile, waving us on. We followed her another 100 yards or so before we reached an almost perfectly round, bowl-shaped depression that was about 10 feet deep or so. How did this end up here? Ames took a slow walk around the perimeter, hands on his hips as he studied the ground under his feet. It doesn't look like it was chiseled into the mountain. It was actually, a long time ago, Ansy answered. Years of rain and wind smoothed the rock is all. This is where we train in hand-to-hand combat. Now that she mentioned it, I noticed a pile of various weapons lying off to the side. She noticed, too, and hissed something under her breath about people forgetting to clean up after themselves. Impressive, Ames said, his interest obviously piqued. Right then, I couldn't agree, because I was starving to death. There was no ignoring my growling stomach, and when Ansy heard it, she laughed indulgently. I'm sorry, she said. I've kept you from food long enough. They should be serving in the main hall by now. How long has this place been here? Ames asked. Decades. The main hall was built and rebuilt many times, but the original structure sat at the center of the camp the way it does now. Everything sort of grew around it. More cabins as they were needed, plus additional facilities, as well as plumbing and sewage systems. We still haven't been able to get the whole electricity thing worked out up here, but we've figured ways around that. Otherwise, we have vehicles to get in and out of cities whenever we need more supplies. Or if they needed to pull off a kidnapping. I bit that one back, but a quick glance at Ames's lifted eyebrows told me he was thinking along the same lines. "And where do you live?" I asked as we approached the large, central building once again. Ansy pointed toward a 2-story cabin, a stone's throw away from where we were staying. "I made sure your rooms were close to my place, in case you ever need anything. Or in case you wanted to keep an eye on us." Was it wrong for me to feel so suspicious? I wanted to keep my wolf's warning in my mind, but I was starting to wonder if I was misinterpreting the whole thing. There had to be a reason my instincts were sounding warning alarms. I didn't much like the feeling of being gaslit by my own dreams. Now the main building was full of people, everybody sitting down with plates and bowls piled with food. At least nobody was going hungry. One woman with blue hair noticed our entrance and approached carrying 2 bowls of stew topped with a giant roll, dripping with butter. I briefly considered asking her if she had any purple hair dye, since my color was fading badly, but that was too low on my list of priorities. At that point, I would have buried my face in a bowl of dirt and never come up for air. The savory scents wafting from my bowl just about made me pass out from hunger. We found empty seats at the end of a nearby table, but Ansy didn't sit down with us. "I have some things to take care of," she told us, "but please, eat your fill. Though, keep in mind, there's going to be training a little later." As she walked away, Ames and I shared a look. "Why?" I asked, but I was too hungry to care. "Yeah." Ames was already chewing thoughtfully, his calculated gaze following Ansy's every move over my shoulder, while still looking relaxed and casual. "Good question." I dug around in my bowl with my spoon for any signs of eyeballs, and when I didn't see any, I started shoveling the stew into my mouth like it was a race. By the time the impulse to stuff my face settled into mere feasting, I found Ansy at the far end of the room, chatting with a group of brawny men with rifles strapped to their backs. "Ever get the feeling that there's more going on than what you're being told?" Ames asked. "Never," I said, my sarcasm dial cranked to 11. "What must that be like?" He chuckled, such a warm, although rare, sound I hadn't realized I'd missed until now. "Point taken. I'm just not sure I agree with the way Ansy's going about this. If Connelly and Stride are guilty of the sorts of things she says, I absolutely think they ought to be brought to justice." He stabbed his spoon back into his bowl, his jaw muscles ticking. "Not to mention everything they've already done to you." "And you," I gently reminded him. "They took away your second chance at a family with a normal life." He nodded, a deep, unfathomable sadness flickering across his face. "I don't love the idea of keeping them prisoner indefinitely, though." "Where? In the mansion's dungeon? What does that mean exactly? It's a little too vague for me. What do you think would be a better idea?" "Death," he whispered. "They deserve to die for what they've done, but I still think there's more to the story." I stabbed at a potato like it had done something to offend me. Hearing my concerns voiced out loud should have given me reassurance, but all it did was piss me off. Wasn't I supposed to be on Ansy's side? That was how my wolf had made it sound. The darn thing hadn't told me it was going to be so difficult to go along with this plan. Ansy had always been good to me. She protected me during the full moon games for sure. I couldn't forget that. Even though she'd killed and tricked her way into being a maid. Whatever she was doing, she had the best intentions. She wanted to stop Connelly before he destroyed more lives. Right? I think we need to trust the process, I decided. He snorted around a mouthful of stew. Once he swallowed, he asked, "Since when?" "I don't know, since they rescued us? And yes, I'm using that term, rescued, very loosely, but there has to be a reason for all of this." When all he did was stare at me, my firm resolve threatened to cave beneath the weight of his gaze. "Where is this coming from?" he asked. "My gut? Is that good enough?" I asked. He was supposed to be my fated mate, right? So why couldn't I bring myself to tell him about my dream? He leaned in, giving me an amazing view of all the different shades of blue flecking his eyes. And if I said not really, would that make a difference? "You know it wouldn't," I told him, twirling my spoon. He tilted his head, studying me from a different angle. "Are you keeping secrets?" "Right, because you've never kept secrets from me." "That's not an answer, Harlow." "Look, all I'm saying is something inside me is telling me that we have to trust her. Just because we don't understand every aspect of the plan doesn't mean it's not a good plan." I glanced in her direction and found her looking at me. She smiled, and I returned it before diving back into my food. "I hear what you're saying." He pushed his now empty bowl aside, folding his arms on top of the table. "So, what should we do?" "I was kind of hoping you knew." He chuckled once again, but this one didn't light his eyes. "Well, since we're being watched so carefully, let's look like we're having fun." He handed me 4 dice from his pocket and slid them across the table to me. "Where did you get these?" "I always have some in my pocket for a rainy day." "Right. Nevada. I'm surprised you didn't make it appear behind my ear or something." "You wouldn't think that's corny?" "For you?" I shook my head. "But for anyone else, yes." "What else do you have in your pocket?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" He grinned. That one flipped my heart end over end. "I would, actually. A bobby pin I stole from the bathroom. Figured it would come in handy." "You're a thief, too?" "More of a very, very novice Harry Houdini." I nodded. "More knowledge you picked up from the Nevada streets?" "How else do you think I stole back your cell phone, escaped my room at the mansion, gave Ferdinand the slip?" Okay, I believe you," I said with a chuckle. He pointed at the dice. "See what you can roll. We'll let the numbers decide what we do next." "I never pegged you for a numerology guy," I said, studying him carefully. "I'm not," he said with a snort. "This is simple chance and probability." My brows raised skeptically. I picked up the dice and jiggled them around in my palm. "Is she still watching?" He scratched his head, sliding his gaze behind me. "Mm-hmm." The back of my neck prickling in agreement, I rolled the dice onto the table. "All ones," Ames announced, his eyes flaring wide. "What does that mean?" "The odds of rolling the same number 4 times are low," he said with a note of wonder in his voice. 4 ones is the number of fate. Confirmation that you're on the right path. Yeah, this all sounded exactly like numerology. Still, I stared in wonder. Are these weighted or something? "Is this what you call trusting the process?" He shot back with a teasing smile. "Hush you," I said, laughing and pushing the dice back toward him. "All this talk about fate, it's a lot, you know? Like, how many of my choices have truly been mine?" "All of them," he said, dipping his head to look me in the eye. "Just because fate guides you doesn't mean you can't push back if you don't agree or don't want to do something." I nodded, understanding exactly what he was saying. If I didn't want to be his fated mate, I didn't have to be, even if it shattered him. He would offer me that right. I wouldn't take it, but still. I was thankful for his honesty and his patience with me while I tried to understand this entirely new world. "Let me ask you something," I said, "and be honest with me because it's important." Ames began to dance one die across his knuckles. Not like he was trying to impress me, but like it was an old habit. It was impressive, though. "Go on," he said. "Do you really, honestly think Stride had anything to do with what Connelly has been up to?" A deep, thoughtful frown pinched his features while he concentrated on the die skipping over one more knuckle before he caught it in his fist and then pocketed it with the rest. "It's always been his dad pulling the strings. Stride never had a say in anything, and he never really cared to. He's been more interested in enjoying his life, if you get what I mean." Yeah, I had a pretty good idea, and I clearly remembered the wild sex party at the club, not exactly conducive to being a genocidal mastermind. "Do you think that even if he was involved, it was Connelly forcing him to do it?" "Maybe, but Connelly didn't want Stride to have anything to do with you. But Stride went against him when he chose you to be part of the Full Moon Games. Of course, he likely only did that because I invited you and was therefore interested in you. But going against Connelly, that sort of thing doesn't happen all the time. If that's the case, and I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Stride might be an ally in disguise. Someone we can use to bring down Connelly." "Are you going to puke?" "You look like you're about to puke after saying that." "God, I hope not." "Do you think we have to find a way to keep Stride safe in all this? After what he tried to do to you?" His voice pitched low, even lower than a wolf's growl. "He's nowhere near my favorite person ever. But he could be just as much of a pawn in all of this as you or me. Even if Connelly started to bring him around to his way of thinking, there could be time to get through to him, to change him." Scoffing, I added, "Connelly, of course, is a lost cause. Obviously. Whatever the case, we need more information. But if you want to stick around and see how all of this shakes out, then that's good enough for me." The sun rose, only the effect was inside of me, warming me, lighting me up. "Yeah?" I whispered, trying to fight back a smile, but failing terribly. He extended a hand, sliding it across the table. "You're my mate, and I trust my mate completely." I placed my hand in his, and he curled his fingers around mine tightly. Electrical currents shocked over my skin at the heat of his touch, at the warmth in his eyes. Whatever we were in for, at least we were in it together. Chapter 15. "Look over there." Ames nudged me slightly, muttering out of the corner of his mouth as we retraced our steps to the training pit. He jerked his chin to the right, and I followed the direction of his gaze. We hadn't noticed it before because we weren't on this side of the armory, or whatever they were calling it. The wall was papered with posters and inspirational sayings about defeating tyranny and setting things right. And on more than one of the posters, Ansy's image had been drawn. It was a pretty good likeness, too. She stood straight and tall, her chin lifted defiantly as she, looked ahead toward a brighter future or whatever. "What is she? The symbol for the resistance?" I asked, laughing to myself even though none of this was funny. Ames narrowed his eyes. I had already witnessed the sort of treatment she received, the sort of respect people had for her. She would speak, and they would listen. A true mark of a leader. For better or worse, though? She was already at the pit, waving us over, when she saw us approach. A few people were already practicing the sort of hand-to-hand moves I'd been introduced to during the full moon games. "Come on, Harlow and Ames," she called. "Let's see what you've got." What the fuck? I hadn't slept in weeks, and she wanted me to show off for everyone, right now? "No thanks," I said, my voice hard and final. "Your reputation in the full moon games precedes you." She waved both hands at the pit. "Show us what you've got." "Another time," I protested, angry heat flaming in my cheeks. She tilted her head, a wry smirk on her lips. "I wasn't asking." Turning away, I hissed through clenched teeth and slid an alarmed look toward Ames. What are we, her subjects now? Does she think we owe this to her? "We'll make it fast. Come on," he muttered before heading down into the pit. I followed, my lungs heaving with all the words I wanted to shout at Ansy. I'd never even seen an ounce of cruelty in her, so this was unexpectedly horrible. How dare she? How dare she use our rescue against us to spotlight us for the sole purpose of entertaining her people? My eyes burned. My hands flexed at my sides involuntarily. Ansy watched our every move as Ames and I stretched to warm up. "No time for that," Ansy called out, clapping her hands. "Let's get to work." Pressure grated on my nerves as more people joined the crowd of onlookers above the pit. Was this how it was always going to be? Was I going to be held up as an example for everybody else? The supposed human who somehow took down a powerful alpha? Why not hang a sign around my neck with the word "freak" written on it? "Let's go." Ames backed up a few steps, then fell into a fighting stance. I did the same, keeping my fists raised and my chin lowered to protect myself. The movements came automatically, the lessons drilled into my thick skull for an eternity. But this was Ames, who fought like liquid grace. I managed to easily block a couple of jabs, but when he aimed a little high on the third hit, I fell for it and raised my arms higher than I should have to block him. He took advantage of the opening and delivered a quick, sharp little blow to my ribs. "Sorry," he said, backing away as I doubled over with a hand pressed to my side. "Harlow. Oh shit, Harlow." Swiftly, I shot upright and responded with a swift uppercut that connected with his jaw. He grinned, not even remotely pissed or seemingly hurt. "You tricked me." She wants a show, so I'll give her one. I charged once again, swinging my fists while Ames easily blocked every punch. "Come on," he taunted, circling around me. Sunlight glinted off the charmed cuffs on his raised wrists. "Don't give up strategy in favor of brute force. And block with your forearms, not your fists." Ansy's bark rang out. "Hey! Less talking, more training. Do I need to assign someone else to you, Harlow?" Oh, I did not like this at all. It was like being back in grade school and being scolded by the teacher because I was talking out of turn or passing a note to my friend. Only I wasn't a fucking child, and Ansy wasn't my teacher. "You know," I yelled up to her, keeping an eye on Ames as he kept circling. "We've both spent the past couple of days hiking and fighting. We're tired." Standing up there at the edge of the pit with her arms folded, feet planted shoulder-width apart, she was quite the imposing image. "When danger presents itself, it doesn't matter how tired you are," Ansy countered. "Don't bother," Ames muttered to me. "Let's just get back to it. I'll make you look good, don't worry." "Oh, I don't need any help with that," I told him with a smirk. He grinned. Big talk for such a little wolf. He charged at me, and I used the same maneuver I had back in the woods. Throwing him over my head, he landed with a thud and then winced as he rolled onto his side and got to his feet. "All right," he muttered, rubbing his lower back. "You don't need to look that good." I snorted a laugh. "Don't let up!" Ansy charged down into the pit toward us. "If you're in a fight, do you wait for your opponent to shake it off and get on his feet? Or do you continue to attack? Come on, Harlo. I know you can do better than this. I've seen it. She whirled on Ames, pointing a finger at him. And you're taking it easy on her. She took down the Alpha and put him in a coma for 3 weeks. She's stronger than this. But that... I bit back the rest of what I was going to say. The spectral wolf was still my secret. No one else needed to know about her just yet. Ansy lifted an eyebrow. But that what? But that was luck, I amended. It's not like we went head-to-head in a brawl. I've seen what you can do, she insisted, her energy intense, her voice sharp. Stop holding back. Fight him. Pretend he's Stride. Pretend he's going to seriously hurt you. Hurt him before he hurts you. But he wasn't Stride. Not even close, thank God. I shot him a worried look, to which he responded with a firm nod, raising his fists, shifting his weight from his left foot to his right. I approached, my heart galloping in my throat, and we circled each other for a few steps. He threw a punch that I blocked before countering with one of my own. Take your time, Ansy advised, watching my every move. Don't try to rush it. That snapping noise? That was my last nerve. Ames's growing irritation sparked in his blue patchwork eyes. I wasn't the only one hating this. I got in one punch, then another. Good, Ansy barked, before Ames swept my legs out from under me, leaving me on my back. Get up, get up! You don't have the luxury of lying there dazed. I hauled myself up, wincing at the pain in my back and shoulders, tensing at the fiery flames under my skin. Why are you screaming at me like a goddamn drill sergeant, Ansy? Ansy's laughter rang out loud and strong. I'm not your maid anymore, Harlo. So don't expect me to bring you a cup of tea at the end of the day and listen to your troubles. She stepped up closer, lowering her voice. And we both know you're better than this. I know what you're made of, even if you're not sure of it. Now, focus. Apply yourself. Then, to my complete shock, she raised her fists and settled herself into the fighter's stance. You don't want to fight him? Fine. Fight me. Wait a second. Ames swept his arm out protectively in front of me. This is too much. Too fast. Harlo hasn't had nearly enough time to recuperate from everything she's been through. You're asking too much of her. She shot him the ugliest look imaginable. If you keep underestimating her, she'll never reach her full potential. Her hard green gaze flicked back to me. Come on. You're annoyed with me? Then get it out. I can handle it. Fuck her. I backed away from Ames and faced my former maid, taking strength from my fury, collecting courage into my fists. She charged at me with a flurry of jabs, her fists flying faster than I could keep track of them. I blocked most of them. Stop backing up, she warned. Her lip curled in disgust. Pretty soon you're going to run out of room. And then what happens? Cherry pie, I hope? I ducked her roundhouse kick and jabbed her fiercely in the sternum. She gasped, falling back a step, and I kicked out as hard as I could. The bitch went down flat. Ames applauded, but I couldn't bring myself to feel proud, because judging from her angry sneer, now I had really pissed her off. Is that really all you've got? She asked, leaping to her feet and brushing off her shoulders. The stories I heard of Stride's injuries must have been greatly exaggerated. I don't know what you heard. I shook out my hands while I caught my breath, but I saw him with my own eyes, and he was in pretty bad shape. Then obviously there was somebody else in the room with the two of you, she hissed. Well, she wasn't completely wrong about that. She just didn't know how. Damn it, she'd distracted me. Next thing I knew, she had me in a headlock. Now, smartass, she taunted, break free of this. Show me what you've got. I knew there was an actual, legitimate way to get out of a headlock, but I was also sort of panicking due to lack of air. It wasn't easy to think clearly while panicking. My body took over for me, my hands batting her arms,
driving my elbows back in hopes of hitting her ribs or a vital organ, anything to make her loosen up. All she did was laugh and tighten her grip. "Let up on her," Ames shouted. I appreciated him speaking up for me, but he sounded so far away. Finally, she must have realized I was about to pass out, so she let me go. I stumbled forward, bending so my hands were on my knees while I took deep breaths that finally brought the world back into focus. "I'm disappointed," she muttered, and I heard that disappointment in her voice. I hated her for it. Was this who she'd been all the time? My kind maid, who'd been my friend, now a total fucking bitchy zealot? "Come on." She shoved me from behind, and I stumbled slightly before catching myself. "What are you, all tired out? The weak little human?" Pathetic. I whirled on her, finding her with her back to me, and took advantage by kicking at the back of her right knee. A dirty move, sure, but she fucking deserved it. She went down, gasping in surprise, and I placed a kick against the middle of her back that sent her falling forward on all fours. Then I drove my foot into her side, and she fell to her side, curled up in a ball. But she was laughing about it. Quickly, she hauled herself up. "That's more like it. Let's go. Show me more." With pleasure, I fired back. I ignored Ames's muttered warnings as I approached her, prepared to give it my all. Until she fainted left, I followed, only for her to punch me square in the mouth. "What the fuck, Ansy?" Ames was beside me in a second, gently peeling my hand away from my bleeding lips to inspect the damage. "You'll live," he murmured tightly. Of course I would live, but the blood on my fingertips told a different story. She had made me bleed. I had allowed her to spill my blood. There was a tea kettle going off inside me, screaming, steam pouring out through the spout. I was bleeding. She had made me bleed. This was how she wanted it. Fair enough. I ignored Ames in favor of growling at Ansy. "If I throw a stick, will you go fetch it and leave me the fuck alone?" Still, she wouldn't let up. She came at me again with an impressive series of jabs, punches, and kicks. "Let's see what you've got. You're so special? Prove it. Show us why an alpha would want you as their bride. What's so special about you? Or did you find other ways to get in his good graces?" She knew that wasn't true. I had told her everything. But just the suggestion that I had seduced Stride somehow made me sick and furious enough that I fought her with all my might, using every lesson and tip I had ever picked up during the Full Moon Games training. But it still wasn't quite enough. I could land a blow or two, but it wasn't the sort of thing to knock her the fuck out. She was too good, too quick, and so damn snide about it. That must be it, she decided as I recovered from getting knocked to my knees. You couldn't win honestly, so you found other ways to convince him you were the one. That wasn't true. That was the farthest thing from the truth. Baring my teeth, I glared at her, and everything went red. I wanted to kill her, to shut her up permanently, and then I might even kill everybody else who made the mistake of thinking I had done anything like what she was implying, like I was a whore, like I actually wanted anything to do with Stride, which I absolutely did not. "I guess we all have to use what we've got, right?" she asked with a wicked smile. "I never suspected you were visiting him after we had our nightly chats." That was it. That was what broke the not quite a wolf shifter's back. Something snapped inside me, like a rubber band stretched to its max. All at once, a flash of blinding white light surrounded me, and my wolf emerged, while I was awake and aware. It appeared seemingly out of nowhere, just as beautiful as it had looked in my dream, real and in living white color. It snarled viciously at Ansy, menacing her until she had no choice but to back away. But Ansy was grinning from ear to ear, practically glowing, as everyone else surrounding the pit gasped and put plenty of room between themselves and my spectral wolf. "Ah, there it is," Ansy said victoriously. "Now we know the truth. You're a moon wolf." Chapter 16. I didn't care about her. I cared about Ames, who stood frozen in place, his mouth hanging open in shock while he stared at my white wolf. Then he ticked his gaze to me, and the intensity there hit me like a boulder. With a final snarl, my wolf disappeared at the worst time ever, without my permission. "Wait!" I wanted to shout at it. "Don't leave me!" Instead, my eyes stinging, I climbed out of the pit fast, Ames hot on my heels. For once, Ansy kept her mouth shut and let us go. "When were you going to tell me?" Ames demanded. "It's not like I didn't want to, I just didn't know whether I should." "But why? You were hiding it from me." Let's be honest. I was already starting to get a little tired of the interrogation, which was exactly what it felt like I was sitting in a police station with a bright light shining on my face while detectives peppered me with questions. This is also completely new. I didn't even know how much of what I can do was even normal, and I still don't. If you could suddenly do some magical thing that until 3 seconds ago you didn't know was possible, and there was nobody around to tell you how to manage it or what to think of any of it, wouldn't you maybe keep it to yourself until you learned a little more? But how were you going to learn more with no one to tell you about anything? I panicked, okay? Yeah. He raked his fingers through his tousled hair and shook his head. Can you tell me more about it? I knew the answer before I asked the question, but I needed him to see the truth as it was. He clenched his jaw, staring down at the ground. Not really. Like I said. I know. The moon wolves weren't even supposed to be a thing anymore. And I guess they aren't, since nobody has seen a spectral wolf like mine in forever. So, that's how you stop Stride. The wolf came out. I nodded, remembering how shocking and frightening the whole experience was. I didn't expect it, that's for sure. I had no idea. Did Stride see the wolf? I didn't even see the wolf. Just the white light and the damage it caused to the room. But I I don't know, saw it inside me? I tapped my temple, and he nodded as if he understood. I'll bet it's driving him out of his skull not knowing how you managed to put him in a coma for 3 weeks. Yeah, but he sort of made a big deal about it when he visited me in the dungeon. He was all creepy and strange about it, raving how he needed to have my power for himself. That sounds like something Connelly would say. When I flinched, he picked up on it right away. What? Connelly did say something to me when he visited. It was also really creepy and gross. What did he say? He asked in a dark, dangerous voice. Something about me bringing the moon blood back to him? His brow furrowed while I continued. That was why I wanted to go home so bad. I mean, I do want to see my mom because I'm worried about her, but he made it sound like he defeated her somehow. He said something about crushing her. Like a bug, now that I think about it. And that just can't be true. He made it sound like she's been hiding me from him. But that can't be true either. She doesn't know anything about this. She's just a normal, single, paralegal mom who thinks shifters only exist in books. Do you still want to go find her? Because if you wanted to leave here today and find your mom, I will be by your side all the way. There I went, getting all emotional again. Tears welled, but I mostly dismissed them as the result of fatigue, and not just physical either. My brain was exhausted, my soul. There was only so much I could handle at once. But there was plenty of worry, too. I hadn't heard from my mom for the entire week of the full moon games, by text or a phone call. And after I thought I'd received a note from her addressed to her nickname for me, Moonchaser, to rescue me, she hadn't come. Something was wrong. Something big. I glanced around, noting the way so many people averted their gaze once mine landed on them. Obviously, news had spread fast of what I was capable of. But that sure didn't keep them from following us back to the community building. "To be honest with you," I murmured, "I'm not sure we'd be allowed to go." Ames's cool gaze slid to the right and left of us. "You think they're holding us hostage?" You saw the way she acted when we were in the pit. Like she took it personally when I wasn't fighting hard enough just for her. And then the victorious gleam in her eyes when my wolf made an appearance. "You think she's going to let us walk away now?" His jaw tightened, his eyes hardened, and again I found myself admiring his beauty while regretting not having the time to indulge in it. "We can go. Right now. We could get out of here." We could. But that wasn't the question. The question was, should we? The dice said we stay. And so did my wolf. Funny how I had already told him just about everything I knew about my wolf. But my tongue still felt all heavy and thick and useless when I so much as considered explaining my dream. "So they did," he said, kicking a rock along the road. "The more I hear, and the more you tell me about what went on that night with Stride and in that dungeon, the less I like any of this." Me neither. I especially didn't like how Ansy looked at me when the wolf broke free. I couldn't put it into words, the feeling she gave me, but it made me feel extremely uneasy, like she'd suddenly figured out how she could use me. Inside the community building, Ames flashed us to the right, taking me by the hand into a storage closet packed with pots, pans, and kitchen tools, where it was semi-dark and a lot more private. Quickly, he closed the door. "Tell me the truth," he murmured, standing close enough to me that I had no choice but to press myself against him. "Do you think you're in danger?" He leaned down, his lips brushing my ear. "The truth, Harlo." I shivered at his proximity, at his violets and sea spray scent wrapping around me, at the velvety growl of his voice. The truth? I could hardly think straight right now. I don't know. And that's the truth. It feels like there's danger no matter where I go. He sighed softly into my hair, and the sound broke my heart a little. He lifted his head, and even in the dim light, I saw how troubled he was. "That's not what I want for you. I want you to know you'll be safe in the end, with me, because it's my job to protect you, and I take that job very seriously. Do you know that? Do you understand?" That I didn't need to have explained to me. Despite our rocky start, he'd thrown himself into danger for me time and time again. "Absolutely," I whispered, and I meant it. He tucked a strand of my faded purple hair behind my ear, then let his fingers skim over my jaw. I didn't pull away. It never occurred to me to do anything but lean into his touch, grateful for it, suddenly hungry for more. He must have seen that in me somehow, or he felt it, since we were so deeply connected by our fated mate bond. He lowered his head again, this time seeking my lips. I dissolved into his kiss, my whole body sighing into his touch. "I'm going to make this easy for you, because I know you're exhausted, Harlo," he whispered. "Unless you don't want to. Unless—" I heard his unspoken words loud and clear. "Unless I didn't want to because of Stride and what he'd nearly done to me. But I did want to, with the man who held and fiercely protected my heart. In answer, I kissed him harder, running my hands through his hair to pull him even closer, all but climbing him to make it perfectly clear what I wanted. He got the message. Slowly, he kissed his way up my still quaking body to my lips. Better? Much. I threw my arms around him and clung to him, my partner, my lover, my protector, my fated mate. Chapter 17. Ames and I hauled ourselves back upstairs to our rooms, both of us dragging, our eyelids halfway to the floor. But I felt lightweight, too, tingly, the constant tugging in my chest now purring in sated content. "See you in about 24 hours, okay?" I asked, not even a little bit joking. He smiled and pulled me in for a light kiss. "You know, you can sleep on my tiny cot with me." "As tempting as that is, I'll pass. Besides, with you, I know neither of us would get much sleep." Very true. And we'd only end up breaking the cot. I ground my thighs together at the promise in his voice. So tempted for that particular experiment. But I was just too damn tired. "Find me when you wake up?" He yawned so big his jaw popped, and his red eyes reddened even more. "You know it, little wolf." Grinning, I headed into my room. I should have known it wouldn't be that easy. "Hey there, Moon Wolf." I didn't know what upset me more, hearing Ansy's voice when she was the last person I wanted to see, her new nickname for me, or the fact that she was inside my room. "What are you doing here?" I demanded. "You used to not mind so much that I was in your room." "Yeah, back when I trusted her." She motioned with her thumb toward the door. "Come on, let's go back to the pit. I'll take it easy on you this time." "I'm exhausted, Ansy." I turned away from her and headed toward my cot. My room was very pioneer chic, clean but sparsely finished with 2 lit lanterns sitting on the wooden dresser. "Like I said, I'll take it easy on you." Her voice came out harder, firmer, like a spoiled child who wasn't used to being told no. Fuck, did I need to spell it out for her? "I gave you my answer," I bit out as I sank down on the cot. She smiled shrewdly. "I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, but I'm too pleased with myself to let it go." "To let what go?" "Knowing there was something special about you. I felt it. I knew you were going to be the key to everything." If she would only stop speaking in riddles. I wish you had told me that. Maybe I wouldn't have fooled myself into thinking we were actually friends. Her green eyes narrowed. Who said we weren't? "Well, for starters, you're making it sound like you're using me." She casually leaned against the doorframe. "Is that how it sounds? Forgive me. That's not how I mean it." "So, you're sure you're not trying to use me?" "Why are you asking me that again?" she demanded, wearing a scowl. "Because it's pretty obvious you're trying to get the wolf to come back. You're acting exactly the way you did earlier in the pit. You're trying to piss me off so she comes back." Her hands found her hips, one of which she popped out to the side. "And what's so bad about that? Or do you never want to learn how to call on that power and harness it? Would it be so bad if you approached it like that? Instead of taunting me and making me feel about 2 inches tall?" "Let me get this straight." She looked me up and down with calculating eyes. "The first time your wolf appeared, true or false, you were being threatened by Stride. He was going to force himself on you to give you his wolf mark." "True," I muttered. "True or false? The second time your wolf appeared, earlier today, you were at your absolute breaking point. You were furious, enraged even. Yes?" "True," I grunted. She nodded slowly. "If that's what it takes, that's what it takes. But eventually you will get better at calling upon the power and using it at will." "Using it for what, exactly?" I folded my arms. We were alone now, with nobody watching, nobody for her to posture and strut around for, which meant she should tell me the truth. Now more than ever. What is this all about, really? I demanded. Why are you so determined to bring my wolf out? Everything I've told you so far isn't enough? The packs that have been destroyed, some of them completely wiped out? People who had to run away from the only lives they've ever known, hiding here with us because they knew they'd be murdered if they didn't? Is that what happened to your pack? I asked. I realized I wanted her to say yes, that her pack, her people, had been murdered, that it was personal for her because she had lost everyone she ever knew and loved. Then this might all start making sense. All she did was snicker, tossing her head. Moonlight through the window made her dark skin glow, and her green eyes seemed to shimmer brighter than ever. To be honest with you, I wouldn't care if it was. I was never what you would call popular in my pack. Why not? She lifted her shoulder before scuffing the wooden floor with the toe of her boot. There was never much love lost between me and my pack. They didn't much care for a woman trying to tell them what to do. She made air quotes around the phrase, scowling. My alpha didn't much appreciate me challenging the leadership he'd put in place. Even if I was better at fighting, even if I had a cooler head and was smarter and stronger than all of them put together. Her voice was harsh now, rough, eliciting goosebumps up and down my arms. In other words, men were acting like men? I asked, lifting my eyebrows. She laughed, and for an instant I remembered the version of Ansy she'd shown me during the full moon games. She wasn't so intense, so primal, when she laughed like that. More innocent. More like my friend. Pretty much, she admitted. Eventually, the alpha got tired of me, so he sent me to a farm on the outskirts of the pack. I can see why you're bitter. Ah, but then, she continued, her voice tightening, her teeth gritted, I found my fated mate. My heart sank as I sucked in a breath. She had a fated mate too? Maybe this was why she was bitter. Maybe Connelly had killed him. What happened? I whispered, almost dreading the answer, but curious as all hell. She looked to the floor, seeming fascinated by it. He rejected me, probably because of my inferior status within my pack. Oh, just the thought of it siphoned the air from my lungs with a crushing weight. If Ames did that to me, I wouldn't know what to do. Survive somehow, I supposed, but with a part of my soul painfully ripped away. Though the mention of rejected, fated mates did set off a tiny red flag inside my head. Why did that sound somehow familiar? I snapped my fingers when everything came together in my head. You know what? I heard the guards talking about something like that when I was in the dungeon. What did you hear? Something about Stride having a fated mate. They were saying he should have just taken his mate when he found her. I was beginning to think Josephine had been wrong, and fated mates were a lot more common than she thought. Ansy cocked an eyebrow. Huh. It wouldn't surprise me. Neither he nor his father has ever much adhered to our traditions, no matter how Connelly tries to make it sound like he cares. Connelly was never exactly beholden to the concept of a fated mate anyway. He never stopped himself from sharing his bed with any woman he took a liking to, whether they wanted it or not. It didn't matter that his wife suffered, and was likely still suffering. Ames was probably driving himself mad with worry about his mom he'd left back at the mansion with Connelly. I believe it, I breathed, remembering how intimidating Connelly was in my cell, how he was on me before I even knew he was moving. The apple hadn't fallen far from the tree. His son was just as bad. I know this is all coming at you fast, and it's difficult to keep track of everything. But believe me when I tell you that all that matters is putting an end to Connelly. A slow, satisfied smile began to spread across her face. Your arrival couldn't have been timed more perfectly if I'd planned it. Dread slithered glacial coils at my spine. What do you mean? I have no doubt Connelly has identified you for who you are. What you're capable of, I mean. There's no way he would ever be able to resist using you if given the opportunity. If he thought you were vulnerable, his for the taking, she might as well have dumped a bucket of ice water over my head. Everything became clear all at once. You're going to use me to get to him? I asked through clenched teeth. I'm your bait? Is that it? You won't be harmed, she promised, folding her hands like she was praying. Please, you have to believe that. You'll be protected all the way. I would never let any harm come to you. But I know him, and I know he won't be able to resist the possibility of using you to get more power. It won't even occur to him that you might have an entire army behind you. This is our best chance at putting a stop to his evil once and for all. But why me? There have to be other people you could use, powerful wolves. Why does it have to be me? Ansy. One of the guards appeared in the doorway of my room. There you are. Did you want to be there when we inventoried the new weapons? We managed to get our hands on a cache of rifles, she explained to me. I would like to inspect them. Anyway, you should get that rest you were looking for. She started out of my room toward the guard, keeping the door wide open. We'll continue in the morning. Maybe it happened because I was alone again, away from Ansy's scrutiny, but pressure built in my chest. The sort of pressure I had felt before, but different than the tug of my fated mate. The presence of my wolf, pulling at me, trying to get my attention, even if I didn't know why. There was something wrong about all of this, and I was beginning to wonder if my wolf knew anything at all. Chapter 18. 3 sleeps until the full snow moon. Despite all my questions, I fell face first into my bed, and a very deep sleep. When I woke, morning sun streamed in through my windows, accompanied by a chorus of birds and roosters. This mountain pioneer life wasn't for me. I was a city girl, used to blaring sirens and people on the streets randomly shouting for Reggie. Always for Reggie. Popular guy, that Reggie. Finally, reality settled into my pre-coffee brain, especially the conversation with Ansy. I shot out of bed, unlocked my room, and headed for Ames's down the hall. After I knocked gently against his door, instead of banging it down the way I wanted to, he answered, looking like he'd just woken up with his puffy lips, tousled hair, and pillow creases on his face. Sexy as all hell. I wanted to pounce, but there wasn't any time for that. Instead, I barged right in and gestured frantically for him to close the door. He did without asking questions, then leaned against it with his arms folded and a sleepy smile on his face. Good morning? Or are we skipping that part? He asked. Good morning. I hope you slept well. Ansy wants to use me as bait to get to Connelly, I blurted out in a rush. Absolutely not, he growled. He unfolded his arms, his fists hanging at his sides. She'll have to get through me first. I sort of loved him for that, and I would show him just how much later. She also said I shouldn't worry because nobody is going to hurt me, so yeah, I said, waving a hand. Totally not worried at all. Nope. Okay. He heaved a breath and rubbed at his temples. Exactly. I can't believe this is happening. I don't want this, Ames. I'm not going to be bait, even if it means stopping Connelly. He crossed the room and cradled my face in his hands. I'm not going to let this happen. She can't force you into this. No matter what she tells you, there's no guarantee of what's going to happen and how Connelly will react. For all we know, he's already aware of Ansy's little army. She's too full of herself. That kind of thing never ends well. At this point, I trust you and my mom, and that's it. My mom would know more about where I came from and all the stuff Connelly was saying. I need to know the truth about my past, my childhood, that sort of thing. What happens if she gives you an answer that's hard to hear? Not knowing the truth is worse than knowing it, right? I sure hope so. Okay, so we find a way to get you home, like our original plan? I nodded firmly. Yes, let's get out of here. A growl filled the room, feminine and loud and powerful enough to tremble the walls. Stunned, I looked around. It was so clear, like a wolf stood right in front of me, growling directly into my ear. But there was no wolf to be seen. How was that possible? Because it was my wolf, the wolf within me. And another thing, why was Ames gaping at me the way he was? Don't tell me you heard that, I whispered. He turned in a full circle, eyes wide. Where is she? I don't know. Maybe it made sense, him being able to hear my wolf, what with him being my fated mate and all. But it was still a little unnerving, and it didn't help that she had never growled or spoken to me outside of a dream. And then there was the whole matter of not being able to understand what the heck she meant with her growling. Was it a warning? Was someone coming after us once again? Could you be a little clearer? I asked, talking to the ceiling like she was a god in a heavenly plane or something. If you know something, tell me. Explain it to me like I'm a third grader. No offense to third graders. No answer. Not that I expected one. Why would my luck suddenly improve? Does that kind of thing happen often? Ames asked me. Not hardly. But it has happened. You've heard your wolf before? Only once, I admitted. I had a dream, and she was in it. And she told me with actual words that I had to trust the people who were coming to get me. So I guess that means trust those who want to use me as bait against Connelly. Thanks a lot, Wolf. I sank down into the edge of Ames's cot and held my aching head in my hands. It was too early for anything but coffee. All of my thinking skills were inside that first cup. Maybe I'm mixing everything up, I said, rubbing my temples. Maybe I completely misinterpreted what my wolf said in my dream. I really don't know. I mean, you see what I'm dealing with here. She growled, and I don't know what that means. Like, it's up to me to figure it out. Up to us, he amended, sitting beside me. Smiling, I gently bumped his shoulder with mine. True. The way I see it, we know one thing for sure. Connelly has to be stopped. And we know another thing for sure. Ansy and her people are determined to be the ones to do that. Also true. But that doesn't mean the way they're going about it is the right way, or any way that we want to be a part of. Because I know I don't want to be a part of anything that puts your life in jeopardy. Nothing is more important to me than keeping you safe. He pushed to his feet and strode to the window, which overlooked the main road. It looks like everybody's finished eating breakfast. This could be the perfect time. You want to leave right this very minute? Despite me rolling 4 ones, fate's number, on your dice? Maybe even despite what my wolf wanted? He turned and gazed at me. His blue eyes lit a shimmery gold color with the morning sun. It's your call. I hated making important decisions like this. I was an annoying mess at restaurants and instantly regretted my choices 100% of the time. Food envy is real. It makes me feel like I fucked up my entire life when I should have gotten those damn fajitas but ordered tacos like a loser. But this decision could actually affect my life. I didn't feel safe here. I likely wouldn't feel safe anywhere, but Ansy forcing my wolf out of me and wanting to use me were 2 steps too far. I rose from the cot, crossed toward him, and reached for his hand. Let's get out of here. He curled his fingers around mine and squeezed, and I was so glad he did. So glad to go anywhere with him. Let's do it. We strode to the door and Ames opened it, bringing us face to face with 2 armed men. Dread plummeted into my stomach. A cold tremble chased up the back of my neck. "Can I help you?" Ames barked out, his fingers tightening on the edge of the door. One of the men jerked his head toward the other one. "He's here to escort Harlo to her room, once you 2 are finished talking. I'm here to guard your door." "Guard my door? Why?" Ames demanded. The man only sneered, his eyes narrowing. "It's more of a way of making sure neither of you gets it into your heads that you're going anywhere. Because you're not. You're much safer here. And what Ansy says, goes." He didn't say the truth in so many words. He didn't need to. We were trapped.
Chapter 19. For the rest of the day, I learned what it felt like to be in a fishbowl, or an animal in a zoo. We were being watched day and night. It was sickening, unnerving. Knowing my every move in and out of my room was being clocked by the eyes of somebody I didn't know. I was only allowed out to use the bathroom down the hall and for training in the pit during the afternoon. Meals would now be inside my room. So now that I had a shitload of free time locked behind 4 walls, I started working out. Push-ups, chin-ups, crunches, anything so long as I could strengthen my body in preparation for whatever was coming our way. That and trying to contact my wolf again. It was like she'd decided to take a vacation at the worst possible time. I couldn't even feel her presence in my chest anymore. I tried so many times. Lying in bed, eyes closed, doing the closest I'd ever come to meditating, visualizing her, speaking to her in my mind, begging, pleading for her to please, please come and help me. As usual, I got nothing. So I thought about Ames. What was he doing right now, locked in his room? Trying to jump out the window? That would be a fail, since the damn thing wouldn't open, at least in my room. Was he smashing his charmed cuffs against the floor in the hope that they would break? Or was he lying in his bed too, thinking about me? Thinking about what he'd done to me in the closet while stroking his sparkle cock? A flood of tingling heat arched my hips into the blanket covering me. Every nerve in my body ached and came alive. Breathless, I floated my hand beneath the scratchy wool blanket, then lower into my panties. This, obviously, wasn't my first rodeo. Back home, I had multiple vibrators. I kind of had to with the kinds of books I read. Still, I gasped at how wet and hot I felt, as though just the thought of Ames had scorched my soul. My body twitched and quivered while I thought about him, his skilled mouth and tongue, how his Jacob's ladder had rubbed so nicely against my clit, the way his beautiful face had looked when he'd stroked himself in the rainy forest. My pulse fluttered, my wolf rumbled softly inside my chest, my hips writhed against my fingers, seeking more. My clit swelled as it rubbed against my palm. Moaning, I brought the fingers of my other hand to it, strumming it harder, pushing in deeper. I unraveled fast, my whole body responding to my touch and fueled with thoughts of Ames. My back arched off the bed, every single cell inside me needing release. And then I soared with his name on my lips and his essence carved into my wild heart. Shockwaves rippled out of my pussy, fizzed up and down my thighs, and powered up my spine until I surely glowed. Suddenly, the door burst open and Ansy barged inside. Like a guilty masturbator, I flung my hands out from underneath my blanket. The door was locked, I stuttered out, my cheeks flaming to the tips of my ears. And I have a key, she said nonchalantly, without a care in the world. Could she tell what I'd been doing to myself? Fuck it if she could. I no longer cared. She leaned against the dresser against the wall and crossed her ankles, her camo pants riding up slightly to reveal one white and one black sock. I would like to speak with you. You can do whatever you want. This is your prison camp. She laughed. I had never truly hated her until this moment. We're going on a run tomorrow night. It's almost the full moon, and everyone's been looking forward to it. When all I did was stare at her, she added, The idea is helping your wolf awaken? Having you among other wolves under the near full snow moon? If you really are a moon wolf, this is the perfect opportunity. And that would speed up the plan? I deduced. When she lowered her brow, locking eyes with me, the pressure built in my chest again. I couldn't hear the wolf, not exactly, but I could feel it. It was troubled, untrusting. That made two of us. That's all. I'll let you get back to whatever it is you were doing. She winked at me, grinning mischievously before showing herself out. I flipped her twin birds. But this could be it. Tonight could be our chance to get away. Hope flickered in my chest, but that was quickly replaced by tightness, tension, pressure. This could be our only chance, though. I wasn't about to let an opportunity like this pass us by. We might never get another one, especially since Ansy was obviously in a big hurry to get on with her plans. And no matter what she said, I didn't believe one bit that my safety would be important to her, not when she had Connelly in stride in her crosshairs. That night, I awoke back in my real bed, in my real home. I recognized the soft, snow-white comforter that I'd had for years, the plump pillows behind my head, the paperback of The Winter of Shadows and Prey that I'd been devouring, my econ textbook on the floor, and the rest of my messy room. Everything was here, including me. I heaved a sigh of relief. Had it all been just a nightmare? A scream echoed throughout the house and jarred me upright. Panicked, I threw off the comforter, got out of bed, and barged upstairs. "Mom?" I shouted, and rushed down the hallway toward her bedroom. The door was closed, but the light was on. Forgetting about knocking, I pushed inside. My mom was there, in the bed, with someone's hands around her throat, squeezing the life right out of her. The man turned to me. Connelly. "Mom!" I screamed, running for the bed to help. She flicked her horrified eyes to me, and I stopped short in surprise when I realized it wasn't Mom. She looked a lot like her. The resemblance was uncanny, but it wasn't her. Confused, I launched myself onto his back anyway. I might as well have been a buzzing fly. He kept choking her. Then he twisted his hands sharply until there was a terrible crack. The woman who wasn't my mom went limp. Dead. Choking back a scream, I slid off him and sprinted from the room. I needed to get help. I needed to let someone know that Connelly killed that woman, that he had killed others. I looked back, expecting him to be right behind me, but he wasn't. I flung the front door open and rushed outside all the way down the driveway. At the street, I looked back at my house. Something orange flickered in my mom's bedroom. I sucked in a ragged breath as I realized my house was on fire. Heat burst through the window and sprayed glass everywhere. The smell of smoke fried my nose and lungs. The whole house was going up in flames right in front of my eyes, and I was too scared to move. Someone grabbed me roughly from behind.
A hand over my mouth. A scream tore from my throat as I sat up in bed in terror. I sat immobilized by fear in the dark, realizing that I was once again in Ansy's community building. I could still smell something burning. It was like I really had been there while Connelly murdered my mom. Or not my mom. Ansy once told me dreams could be prophecies. Was this latest dream a prophecy? Was I seeing my mother's death right before my eyes? Tears filled my eyes, and my hands started to shake violently. Was she really dead? Had Connelly really killed her? If so, what could I do about it? Nothing. There wasn't a damn thing I could do. Chapter 20. 2 sleeps until the full snow moon. The next day at twilight, I was herded out into the woods. "Let's go! Hurry up! You're holding up the run," one of my guards snapped at me. I held my tongue rather than tell him exactly what they could do with those rifles of theirs. They didn't even bother pretending anymore that we weren't being held hostage. One wrong move would earn me a gut full of lead. By the time we made it to the clearing full of wolf shifters, the almost full snow moon hovered on silvery wisps of clouds. Unlike the last moon run, it wasn't raining. Across from me, Ames was clearly showing everyone how he felt about being here, while flanked by his guards. His jaw was clenched so tight, I expected to hear his teeth cracking. I gave him a faint smile, hoping to bring him back to himself a little bit. It worked, sort of. When he saw me, his frenzied energy defrosted some. "Right on time," Ansy announced with a happy, almost manic voice. Why did nobody else see how weird this was? I glanced around, hoping to find someone whose eyes weren't shining with that strange, zealous, "can you tell I'm in a crazy cult" light. But I didn't see a single one. Only Ames, who glared at everybody in general. "Harlo, come on up here." Ansy beckoned with a smile. What?" I cringed while my face lit itself on fire. But even without armed guards, I knew better than to refuse. A hush fell over the crowd as I made my way up to where Ansy waited. I swore I heard growls coming from Ames's direction. Ansy grinned like a game show host when I stepped up beside her. "Everyone, I'm sure you know by now who this young woman is. Harlo is the missing piece. The one we've been waiting for all this time. The key to taking Connelly down once and for all." The cheer that erupted was sudden enough that it startled me into jumping a little. I made eye contact with Ames, who nodded slightly, trying to assure me this was all going to be okay. I wished I could believe him. "Without Harlo," she continued, once the cheering died down, "we would still be wandering aimlessly, looking for a way to get to him. We would be spinning our wheels the way we have for so long. She is the key that is going to unlock all of this. Everything we've prepared for, everything we've sacrificed. Finally, we will take back what is ours. We will finish this." Another round of cheering, and there was something in it now that made a nasty little sizzle run through my veins like poison. Ames had heard it too. How could he not? They were hungry, all of them, hungry for what they had envisioned for years, some of them. This was what they'd fashioned their entire lives around. Connelly is going to see his big mistake very soon, she concluded, turning to me with a smile that lit up her once pretty face. The cheers were enough to shake the ground under my feet, or maybe that was my nerves shredding themselves into ribbons, making me imagine things. But I wasn't imagining the fervor, or how uneasy the whole thing left me feeling. Still staring at me, she shouted, "Let's go! The moon won't wait forever!" With that, the shift took over, even for her. I didn't have much time to admire her glossy gray fur with black feet before she ran off with the others, leaving Ames and I totally alone, the two wolf shifters who couldn't shift. I crossed toward him and threw my arms around him. Did they really just leave us? They might be expecting us to try to escape, but we're not as fast as them. Besides, they know this area much better than either of us do. Fuck. I hate it when you're right. That doesn't mean we can't try. From his pocket, he pulled out a bag of dope. How is getting high going to help us? He threw back his head and laughed. God, I've missed you, Harlow. No, it's crushed peppermint. Shifters hate it, and it's strong enough to mask our scents, especially if we move downwind. Oh, I grinned. I've missed you too. Quickly, we rubbed the crushed herb over our clothes, exposed skin and hair. Then we set off at top speed, cutting left and running deeper into the trees toward the road, while the others had gone straight ahead. I kept my head low to avoid smacking into any low-hanging branches and to make myself into a smaller target just in case. More than anything, I wanted to look over my shoulder to see if somebody was following us, but that wasn't possible. It was too dark anyway, even with bright moonlight streaming through the gaps in the trees. Too soon, Ames skidded to a halt, his tense energy sucking the air from the mountaintop. Then I saw why. We had company. Of the former maid variety. Fuck. When would we catch a break? It was all I could do to fight back a frustrated sob. Ames glared menacingly. Get the fuck out of our way. Or what? Ansy asked, eyeing us skeptically as she twirled out from behind a tree. Honestly, I was hoping you would prove me wrong and not try something like this. But it's clear I overestimated your intelligence. 4 guards joined her from behind trees, and I wanted to slap the smugness right off their faces. They thought they were so clever. All of them. Listen, I said, flexing my fists. I didn't sign up for any of this shit. I know you want me to help you, and I understand why, but it just isn't possible. I can't be who you want me to be. She folded her arms, her face amused, but empty of a smile. And exactly where do you plan on going? Home. I have to find my mom. I have to... Your mom? Which mom? She asked, her head tipping to the side. The mom who's missing, or the one who abandoned you? Her words bowled into my stomach, emptying my lungs, crystallizing my chest. What? I asked weakly. Do you want to know what you would find if you went to your house? Shambles. A burnt crisp. Because that's what the house looks like now. I stumbled back a step, but Ames caught me around the waist and held me upright because I couldn't do it on my own. Not after what she was saying about my mom, my house, my dream. Had it all been real? I gulped down the acrid taste of bile. What? She continued. Do you honestly believe I didn't have someone keeping an eye on things? I knew you would want to go there, because you wouldn't stop talking about her during the full moon games. And I'm sorry to say, but it looks like she took off in a hurry. Or somebody made her take off. Either way, you won't find her there. What What are you talking about? You said the mom who's missing or the mom who abandoned me. What does that mean? My creaky voice sounded like I was begging. Because I was. I needed to understand. You haven't been paying attention, have you? With a little smug smile, she snapped her fingers. The moon hasn't done shit for her tonight. Take them both back. Another half-dozen guards emerged from the trees to take us back where we'd come from. But all I could think about was everything I didn't know. Again. Still. No. Answer me, Ansy, I demanded. Right now. Instead, she ignored me and shifted again while the guards encircled us. One of them roughly grabbed me and shoved me ahead of him. Hey! Watch it. Ames lunged for him, but 4 guards held him back. Or what? The one guard dragging me asked, laughing. While hauling us both back to camp, one guard swung the butt of his rifle into Ames's face to make him behave. Another threatened to do the same to me if I didn't stop crying. I did, turning my fear and worry into rage instead. It multiplied when one guard slammed the door of my room in my face. I attacked the wood, screaming helplessly, banging my fists and feet against it, but he must have been leaning against it. All that did was exhaust me. I had to get my wits about me. I had to stay strong and as calm as I could for the sake of what? No matter how hard we fought, no matter how I trained, it was never enough. We were always one step behind. And why was that? Because I had trusted my stupid wolf. Or because I was too stupid to interpret my wolf correctly. Either way, I was sick and tired of always being at a disadvantage. All this time, I'd traded one prison for another. Same situation, different day. Not like I didn't really know that, but having the whole idea reinforced wasn't helping things. A lump lodged itself in my throat, because if I somehow did escape, I had nowhere to go, no home to go to. Life as I used to know it was over, and it had been for a long time. All there was to do was figure out what the hell I was supposed to do next. Not let myself be used as a weapon. That was for damn sure. How could I have been so wrong about Ansy? As I paced my room, I thought back to everything we'd ever said to each other during the full moon games. All the talks we'd had, and how much I believed I could trust her. Now it was painfully clear she had been using me from the beginning, maybe even discovering Kat's bloody scarf in my bathroom and plotting to bring it out at just the wrong time to frame me for a murder I didn't commit. Because she'd done it? Or because she needed me desperate enough so she could use me? All this time, she'd had her own agenda, and I'd stupidly walked straight into it. If I'd made a mistake about trusting her, how could I trust anyone ever again? What if Ames wasn't who I thought he was? Or even my own mom? Enough. It wasn't my wolf's voice chiding me. It was my own. This isn't helping anything. Think clearly, come up with a plan, schedule a mental breakdown for later. Scuffling sounded out in the hall. No, more than scuffling. Shouting. Then gunshots. With my heart stalling in my chest, I staggered back from the door. Somebody hit the wall outside my room hard enough that one of the lanterns on the dresser teetered, then crashed to the floor and shattered. Ames? One of the guards? Were they hurting Ames? I opened my mouth and pulled in a breath, prepared to scream his name before my door broke completely free of the frame and banged to the floor. Into the room rushed Ames's wolf, both his front legs bloody and mangled. The charm cuffs keeping him from shifting were gone. violently gone. From where I stood, I spotted an unconscious guard slumped in the hall with a gaping wound in his stomach. "Let's go," Ames growled inside my head. Totally in sync with that plan, I climbed onto his back. We had nowhere to go, but now was a great time for an escape since everyone was still at the moon run. He ran down the hall at top speed, his injured legs not slowing him in the slightest. I didn't risk a look back, since I already knew what I would see. The 8 guards Ames had fought through just to get to me. The community building's walls blurred past us as he bounded down the stairs and toward the front door. Once we were outside, he sprinted straight down the main road, while I held on for dear life. He wasted no time getting us out of the camp and into the forest. He didn't even slow down once we had the advantage of the thick woods in our favor. He crashed through the underbrush and leapt over obstacles with no warning, completely driven to get us out of there for good. And I loved him for it. My heart swelled until I thought it might burst, and I held on tighter, relishing being this close to him, even when the circumstances were shit. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice ringing inside my head. "You're asking me?" I said with a sob. "Your legs, Ames." I suspected their bullets could break through the charm cuffs. I didn't think you would mind if we made a quick exit. "You thought right," I laughed into his fur, so grateful for him and everything he'd done, everything he'd risked, all for me. It seemed absurd to laugh at a time like this, but I couldn't help it. Maybe it was the sheer joy of finally being free. Maybe it was the joy of moving with such speed through the clear night air, with the almost full snow moon guiding our way. But soon, reality chased my laughter away. Sure, we had escaped, but for how long? How long would it be before Ansy caught up to us again? As Ames slowed his pace a little, navigating uneven terrain, I looked over my shoulder. There was nobody chasing us. No sounds of pursuers crashing through the brush. Nothing but the general peace of the moonlit wood. I wasn't stupid enough to think it would last, though. Chapter 21. One sleep until the full snow moon. The moon had traveled across the sky into early morning by the time Ames came to a stop next to a stream. "We need to rest," he announced, and I couldn't disagree. My thighs were burning after holding on to him for so long, and my fingers were cramped from gripping his fur all that time. I kind of dozed, but all that seemed to do was rub my eyeballs with sandpaper. He shifted into his human form and stumbled, his face so pale that it matched the color of the moon. I rushed to his side and caught him before he collapsed, and it was only then that I noticed his mangled arms looked even worse than they had when he had been a wolf. "Oh my God, Ames," I breathed, guiding him to the stream's bank to sit. "We should have stopped a long time ago." "Flesh wounds," he grunted out. "They'll heal, I promise. I think the bullets passed clean through." "Were you shot anywhere else?" "No," he groaned as he ripped off the bottom hem of his red-stained flannel. "I pulled a Harlow and blocked with my fists instead of my forearms to get the cuffs off." "Of course you did. And your head? How does it feel?" I winced at where he'd been hit with the butt of a rifle, taking the torn shirt he'd offered me and dipping it into the stream. As I gently dabbed away the blood, his gaze locked on mine. "It's fine now," he whispered. I only shook my head and continued cleaning him up. "So, where do we go from here?" "Away. Anywhere," he said, grimacing when I pressed a little too hard. "Not home." My heart ached at the thought of it, at what was left of it. "You think she was telling the truth back there?" "She could have made it up," as a way to keep you from trying to escape again. I looked up at him, meeting his troubled gaze. About the house being the way it was? She was telling the truth. I dreamed about it, and I choked the rest of that thought back down, unable to even begin to process it all right now. But even if Ansy is lying, she probably has somebody there watching the house, waiting for us to show up. We can't go there. That's what I was thinking too. I sat back with a sigh, disgusted at the situation and with myself for being unable to make a decision. There were too many moving pieces, too many possibilities. We had to be careful with our next move, but we also had to make our next move soon, so we wouldn't be sitting ducks. Ames, what do you think she meant when she asked me, which mom? The one who was missing or the one who abandoned me? I whispered, staring at the moonlit stream. Little pearls tipped the roiling waves, which were stirred faster with sharp gusts of February wind. Even Florida got chilly at night, especially while on a mountain. I shivered, both at my question and the temperature. Never mind my unasked questions. Ames scooted closer to me to share his warmth. I wish I knew. I'm sorry, but I don't. I just wish I knew who I am. I'm so tired of everybody knowing more than I do. Even my wolf does, when she feels like showing up at all. I'm sure it's frustrating as hell. But remember, Ansy could have been rattling off nonsense. She's half crazy with obsession, and people like that are capable of anything. He had a point. I worked in silence for a while, moving my focus to cleaning up his awful-looking wrists. Harlo? Ames pursed his lips as he searched my face with his bottomless gaze. What if we went back? I swallowed thickly, horror carving out my chest. You can't possibly be thinking what I'm pretty sure you're thinking. He has answers. Now, I get that he also wants to force a bond between you and Stride, and no, that's not happening. I don't know what I'm suggesting, really. That we walk in there and explain we're only visiting to ask a few questions? Give him a heads up about Ansy's plan? He shook his head, a disgusted noise coming from deep within his throat. I didn't say it was a good idea, but it is an idea. Plus, there's a library there. We might find more information about moonwolves. What? I hissed. But then I decided to ignore the fact that he should have told me that a lot sooner. Like, the very beginning of the full moon games? But maybe he was right. If I was going to ever have a life where I wasn't constantly looking over my shoulder in fear of somebody trying to kidnap me or hurt me, I needed to know more about myself. I needed to know why I was supposed to be such a big deal, where I came from, what my place was in this world. For a long time while I considered it, the only sounds around us were the bubbling stream and the little night creatures scampering through the woods. Maybe you're right, I finally admitted. I hated it. I hated the very idea of going back there. But what choice did I really have? I was fucked, no matter what. But I'd put Stride into a goddamn coma. Who said I couldn't do it again if he so much as farted in my direction? Ames's eyes widened in surprise. But I promised I would keep you safe. How am I supposed to do that if we go back there? How am I supposed to live up to my promise? There's a difference between keeping me safe and hiding me from the world, you know. I know you want to protect me, but that's not the same as putting me in a bubble. Because who knows? The danger could be even worse if I never learn who I really am. Does that make sense? He snorted a laugh. None of this has ever made any damn sense.
Yeah, you can say that again. But I also know there's no point to living a life if you let the fear of what might happen paralyze you. And yes, I'm just now realizing this. With a bloodied hand, he fished inside his jeans pocket and pulled out the 4 dice. Should we roll on it? I took them, dunked them in the stream to clean them, and then rolled them on the sandy bank. 4 ones, just like last time. Are you kidding me? Frustrated, I scooped them up and put them inside my own pocket, so I could try again later, see if they were weighted. Accidentally chuck them into the stream. Fate strikes again. He touched his forehead to mine and inhaled slowly, deeply. Guess what? What? I asked, suddenly itching to kiss him, but not wanting to hurt him. I might have lifted Ansy's cell phone and wallet with her credit card from her pocket. Stupid? Yes. Petty? Also yes. He pulled out the items from his pocket as if to prove it. I laughed. Oh my God, Ames. I couldn't get a signal up on the mountain, but he lifted the phone high above his head. Yeah, I still can't get a signal, but if we keep going just a little, we can get an Uber and book 10 of the most expensive hotels and charge it to her credit card. There's no way she'd find us, at least for tonight. Those are really bad ideas. Chuckling, Ames leaned down and kissed me on the nose. So let's go do all of them. I threw back my head and laughed some more. Let's do it, but are you sure you're good to move? Better, and it won't be for too much longer. I know a doctor in the city I can call later in the morning. He helped me, and I helped him to our feet. Ready? Yes, I said, loving the idea of having a plan. Any plan. He shifted. I climbed onto his back, and we were off toward the city lights in the distance. I hadn't felt this giddy and hopeful in a long time. I knew it wouldn't last, but still, it was a major improvement to my usual doom, gloom, and worry that I'd felt for over a month. I kept hold of Ansy's phone, checking and rechecking for a signal, and when we had 1 bar, my heart surged. We got 1 bar, I said into Ames's velvety, soft, wolfy ear. An exhausted grin curled his lips, and he slowed to a stop, really limping now. He shifted back and rested while I called an Uber. We were within city limits at that point, once again on the factory-filled edge. An Uber arrived to pick us up, just as the morning sun spilled its first golden rays over the horizon. Ames immediately fell asleep in the back seat. The poor guy. He'd been running all night while injured, and carrying me on his back. I had no idea how he'd done it. While he was out, I booked 10 of the most expensive hotels in the city, so it would make things a lot harder for Ansy to track us down. We would be staying at the Four Seasons Resort, but of course that wasn't where I'd directed the driver. We needed 1 night of normalcy, 1 night when we weren't fighting for our lives, before all hell broke loose yet again. Did I feel guilty about maxing out Ansy's credit card? Only if I ended up in jail for it, and maybe not even then. Once we checked into our plush, overly decadent royal suite, Ames called his doctor friend and ordered room service, while I twirled around in awe. The place had a gas fireplace, a massive balcony, and the best-smelling soap in the mansion of the bathroom I had ever experienced. I wanted to drink it, but I settled on inhaling while I explored every nook and cranny in the suite. Ames lay on the bed while laughing at me. "You don't understand," I protested and shoved the bottle under his nose. "Sniff it?" He did, with a much more understated response. "It's nice. It's also bubble bath." "Oh my God!" I squealed and ran for the bathroom to fill up the tub.
Room service and the doctor came about 5 minutes apart, so I took my breakfast of waffles, bacon, fruit, and 12 mimosas into the bathtub with me. Kidding. I'm not that much of a lush. 11 mimosas in the bathtub. Heaven, pure and simple. I wished we never had to leave. By the time I came out, the doctor was gone and Ames was stitched up, bandaged, and sleeping peacefully on the bed. I'd heard some of their conversation through the door, and the doctor had given him something for the pain, which was good. Wrapped up in a luxurious robe, I curled up next to him and instantly passed out. When I woke, it was dark, and Ames was watching ESPN on mute. "Hey," he whispered, twining his fingers with mine. "Hey," I whispered back. "How do you feel?" "Better." His warm breath breezed over my face like a physical caress. I smoothed my hand over his strong jaw, staring into his azure eyes that flickered with the images from the flat screen. "I want to stay here with you forever," I said. He nodded, his gaze skimming over my face. "This is the first time I've seen you relaxed since the bookstore." "I'm not relaxed in a bookstore. I'm manic." Laughing, he leaned in and kissed me. I opened up every part of myself to him, my whole body humming for more. The taste of his lips energized me. The feel of his hands as they slid open my robe and pressed into my skin intoxicated me. "Harlo," he whispered, before grazing my throat with his mouth, his tongue. "I can give you my wolf mark, if you want, to show everyone you're mine. My fated mate. No one else's." "Yes, do it," I said, panting. I'd never been sure about anything in my life. "But first, I'm going to make this very easy for you," I promised, and then crawled down the length of him, even after the sun dawned on a new day. Finally, later the next afternoon, now spent and thoroughly, blissfully ravaged, and with freshly purple hair, I curled up in his arms. "I love you, Ames," I whispered in a post-coital fog. "I love you too, Harlo," he whispered back, without missing a single beat. For the first time in a very long time, my heart soared. Chapter 22. The night of the full snow moon. My stomach lurched as the mansion's moonlit roof peered over the treetops. Here we were again, by way of an Uber and Ansy's credit card. She must have still been in the dark about both her card and her cell, since she hadn't canceled either. Despite all my worries, everything looked more after my night of freedom and the mating ritual. Felt more, sounded and tasted more, looked cleaner, clearer, more delicious. I was living in high definition for the first time, and I didn't feel nearly as afraid anymore, because I felt my wolf power. It was just there, like my heartbeat, or the air filling my lungs. I didn't know what to do with it, but still, I was confident I'd figure it out. Finally, after Ames punched in the code on the gate, we came to a stop in the curve of the mansion's driveway. "You're sure about this?" he asked me. Not really, but I pushed aside all of my doubts and got out of the car anyway. I looked up at the imposing structure through different eyes, the moon painting the stones in shades of silver and amber and pink. The mansion was really beautiful, but looks could be deceiving, because somewhere in there, Connelly and Stride were waiting. They had to be. I checked in with my wolf with a little, "You good?" And the rush of warmth in my chest told me this was right. It was the only thing we could do. The only thing that would provide answers right now, not when it was convenient for someone else. "Let's go," I decided, climbing the steps even though my heart thumped heavily in my chest. Just because I knew it had to be done didn't mean I was exactly looking forward to it. It wouldn't be as easy as simply running through the door and announcing, "I'm back." No, Connelly and Stride were going to put up a fight. But so were we, sooner than expected. Wolves poured out of the mansion's front doors and stopped to glare at us, blocking the way inside. Their fangs glistened in the moonlight, a cool breeze rustling their fur and carrying the sound of their growls through our Uber driver's windows. She peeled out of there fast. "This is nothing, Harlow," Ames muttered, sticking firmly by my side. We knew this would happen. Yeah, I kept my chin held high and my back straight despite the slight tremor that zipped down my spine. "Everything's fine." From inside the open mansion doors, someone began clapping. One of those slow, deliberate golf claps that reeked of sarcasm. "Well done, you two," a familiar voice said as the door slowly swung open. Stride sauntered out from the mansion, his photoshopped smile big, like he'd just gotten the biggest, best Christmas present ever. "Well done." "We need to talk to Connelly," Ames demanded. "Right. I'm sure you do." Stride folded his arms, snickering. The moonlight gave his blonde hair a faux halo, and I suddenly wanted to tear every strand out. "I thought you were always the smart one, Ames. The one who always has to be the voice of reason. You should know better than to think you'd be allowed to stroll in here and do whatever the fuck you want." "Did you know what he was doing?" "About the packs, the murders," Ames challenged. "What difference does it make? In the end, it's all for the pack." Stride's bottom lip stuck out in a sarcastic little pout. "But then, you wouldn't understand how that goes, would you? Because you no longer have a pack." Ames bared his teeth, and even I flinched at the sound of his growl. Did that mean Stride was kicking him out of the pack? I touched Ames's arm, stepping up beside him, shaking my head when he glanced my way. "Don't let him do that," I whispered. "He knows he can get to you. He's only trying to lure you into a fight. You don't need him or his pack." "Listen to this," Stride observed, laughing. "She spends a little time around wolves and thinks that passes for wisdom all of a sudden." "Oh, fuck off," I snapped. The wolves surrounding Stride gaped in surprise at how I dared speak to their beloved alpha. He barely reacted at all, seemingly used to my temper. "Yes, that's the kind of fiery spirit I want in my mate," he finally replied with that nasty shark smile of his. "Not that it'll ever do you much good, but that same spirit will flow through the veins of our pups. My offspring will be unbeatable. There will be no match for them, and soon the world will know the strength and power of our pack." "You're out of your goddamn mind," I fired back. "Do you know how you sound? Like a twisted, homicidal maniac. It's disgusting." Stride leveled me with a glare. "Did I ask your opinion? For future reference, you can always assume that I don't give a fuck what you think about anything. So you can save yourself the effort of being a little smartass. See, you're wrong. But then you're usually wrong, so it doesn't come as any surprise." Even though Ames tried to hold me back, I took a few steps forward, then pulled my hair out of the way so he could see the mark Ames had left behind. "We're bonded now. It's over. I'm never going to be your mate. Stride shrugged casually. Bonds can be reversed. You're mine. Nothing is going to change that, and whether you like it or not, I always take what belongs to me. Try it, and you'll find yourself in another coma. I dare you to try it, motherfucker. My fists flexing, I took a single step forward, eliciting growls from the surrounding wolves, causing Ames to clench my arm with a bruising grip, and draining some of the arrogance from Stride's stupid, photoshopped face. You think any of this makes a difference? He asked. You won the full moon games. Most women would be happy. Most women can't drop you on your head, limp dick, I shot back. I saw clearly through his fake confidence, his bravado. He couldn't let himself come within 10 feet of me out of fear from what I'd done to him. What I could do again to him. A prickle skittered up the back of my neck. My wolf released a low, warning rumble I wasn't sure anyone but me could hear. I turned around, and from out of the thick trees enclosing the mansion, Ansy and her army emerged. Some shifted, some not. Some with fangs and claws, some strapped head to toe with guns, all of them dripping with malice. No, I moaned, moving closer to Ames. Ames wrapped me in his arms, turning his body toward them while shielding me. Fuck. Ansy smiled triumphantly at Stride on the staircase. Stride! Something flickered across Stride's face, something like shock and pity. It can't be. Hannah? Hannah? Was that her real name? You look so different, he said. She scoffed, her green eyes flashing in the moonlight. Well, I should hope so. The last time you saw me, I was 14. I did have a little surgical nip and tuck here and there, though, to make me a little more unrecognizable. Wait, they knew each other? Everything clicked then. I was too stunned to pretend otherwise, gasping loudly, or maybe that was just the echo off the stones surrounding us. You're Stride's fated mate? I breathed. You? Ames asked, just as stunned as I was. Ansy, Hannah, whatever, stuck her lip out in mock sympathy. Took you a while, didn't it? So, that's what this was all about. It was all so clear now. I was disappointed in myself for not seeing through her from the very beginning. Hers weren't the actions of a woman with a need for justice and the memory of those who have been wronged. This was a woman who had been wronged herself, wronged deeply, cast aside. She was a woman scorned. All this time, I murmured, you weren't plotting to take down monsters. You wanted your revenge. Now, give me a little credit at least, she urged with a laugh. I'm going to take down monsters too. But that's extra gravy. So now what? Stride demanded. What the hell do you want? She wants to force the fated mate bond, right? I nodded, the pieces clicking together faster. Then you're going to kill him and take his place as alpha. That's what this has been about all along. Building your army to protect you once you take your place at the head of the pack. Like I told you, I was always ambitious, and there was always some man telling me it wasn't my place, she added, rolling her eyes. Stride laughed, but there was a note of alarm in it. Okay, well, good luck with all that. I don't need luck, she snapped, and then pointed to her army of wolves. I've got them. I've got her. Nobody has me, I hissed. I'm not a piece of property that can be owned. As usual, she ignored me. I think I'll start with your mansion first, Stride. It was like a secret code or something. As soon as she said it, the attack began. Wolves and bullets rushed in from all sides, and Ames and I were caught right in the middle. Chapter 23. "Run toward the mansion," Ames shouted. I had no time to think, just act. Even though Stride blocked the front doors, I ducked and covered in that direction. Panic screamed for me to run anywhere else, but up the steps I went. We both knew what would happen if he touched me. Behind me, Ames shifted and quickly slashed at one wolf, then another and another. He was bigger, his teeth and claws longer, and he had rage on his side. Still, 2 wolves, I couldn't tell what side they were on, broke toward me. Ames's wolf pivoted, snarling as he leapt over a handful of prone wolves and landed directly on top of one of the wolves, menacing me. His jaws clamped down around the wolf's throat. A high-pitched scream of pain rose up, only to be cut off suddenly when he tore his throat out and left the beast for dead before turning to face the second wolf, blood dripping from his fur. Ames burst into action again, throwing himself at his foe. He was brutal, relentless, cutting down one opponent after another, blood splattering on the pavement, droplets flung from his fur every time he swung his head in one direction or another. It wasn't enough to subdue them. I felt his rage so strong I could almost taste it. He wanted to destroy. He wanted to kill. When all that remained between Stride and me was 2 feet, Ames powered up the steps and leapt. Stride, who hadn't lifted a single finger during the fight, shifted into his white wolf and met Ames's attack with a vicious growl. They rolled and fought and snarled, but once I was inside the relative safety of the mansion, I couldn't bear to leave Ames. I didn't have to wait long. Ames caught Stride's throat between his jaws and snapped. Stride yelped and flopped to the ground. The sounds, I would never forget them. Ames shifted quickly back, fully dressed but covered in blood, and spun inside the mansion with me, closing and locking the door behind him. "Is he?" I choked out. "Fuck if I know," he growled, and took my hand, hauling me farther into the mansion. Beyond shock, I wasn't sure how to feel about what just happened. Dark glee? Relief? I settled on numbness, because none of this shit was over yet. As if to prove it, the front door burst open behind us. Wolves and those who hadn't shifted poured inside. We kept moving forward. "Mom?" Ames shouted up the grand staircase. Nobody answered. Where were all the guards? The staff? Josephine? Were they all outside getting slaughtered? We passed the ballroom, and the room where Stride attacked me, and I'd attacked him right back. From behind us, footsteps and paws bounded after us. We turned a corner, barreled into a seating area, and then out into another hallway, only to run almost face first into Sloane. Yep, that Sloane. One of many banes of my existence. If it weren't for her utter look of horror at seeing me, I might not have recognized her. Instead of a glamorous dress, she wore jeans and a white tee. "What the hell are you doing here?" she barked, flipping her lush blonde locks over her shoulder. "Aren't you supposed to be dead?" "Just visiting hell," I muttered as we swept past her. The footsteps pursuing us grew louder. "Hey," she called, "they're here! The filth are here!" Fuck her with a rusty shovel. "Wait," she squeaked. "Who are you? You're not my pack." Probably one of the coup members. We rushed toward another door at the very end of yet another hall. "Where are we going?" I asked, unable to keep the tremble from my voice. "Out the back." Ames shot me a fiercely apologetic look. "Looks like we're on the run. Again." "Using my credit card and phone?" As she always seemed to do lately, Ansy stepped out 10 feet in front of us, like a really fucking annoying apparition. She clicked her tongue with a smile. "I think not." I tugged on Ames's arm to head back the other way. "The kitchen," I hissed. "Sorry, that way's blocked," another voice behind us said. "I already tried it." One of her goons who'd taken us, The one with the scraggly dark beard and frog-like eyes came straight toward us with 2 pairs of charmed shackles. Yet again, we were trapped. I couldn't believe our luck. Come on, wolf. Come on, help me get the fuck out of this. But my wolf remained hidden and silent, observing, listening. Ames started to shift, but Ansy was there with a gun pressed to his head within half a second. Don't get furry with me, lover boy, she warned. You're not near as useful to me as your fated mate, so fall in line. His eyes blazed with fury as the bearded frogman retrieved Ansy's phone and wallet from Ames, then slapped the bracelets onto our wrists and cuffed them behind our backs. Take them to the dungeons, she commanded. You can fuck off with that nonsense. You want my help, you can at least give us a toilet. She smiled, a cold, vicious one I wanted to slap right off her face. To the dungeons. I ground my teeth together, my very soul nothing but violence right then. To the dungeons we went. Already there, chained up in his own cell, lay a bleeding, suffering Stride. Still breathing, and therefore not suffering near as much as he should have been. It would have been so much better to look down at his dead body and know he would never hurt anybody again. Bearded Frogman threw Ames and me into the cell next to him, but neither of us would go down without a fight. In near perfect sync, we spun around and charged him. He hit the opposite wall of the dungeon hard. Just when he sucked in a breath to refill his lungs and come at us again, I kicked his feet out from underneath him. Before he slammed to the ground, Ames and I were already running, up the stairs, still fighting, still together. Ansy stepped out and cocked her gun straight at my head. Still fucking failing. I ground my teeth into dust at her stupid smirk. You can still be useful with a bullet in you, she warned coldly. I'll make sure of it. The give-a-fuck you're looking for has fucked off, I snapped. Go ahead and shoot me. Harlow, Ames growled next to me. She narrowed her shrewd green eyes. A bullet or the dungeon? Those are your choices. Fuming, I turned, and Ames and I headed back down the steps toward hell. What were we going to do to her with manacled hands? That would stop a bullet anyway. Besides, I couldn't risk Ames getting hurt again. The final click of the barred door of our cell, it was like everything had been a dream, like I had fantasized my entire escape, jumping out of the window and almost drowning, and being attacked by vampires, the camp, the mating bond, in the swanky hotel, all of it. If it hadn't been for the mark behind my ear, still warm, still throbbing so soon after it had been placed there, I might actually have believed I only dreamed of getting out of this filthy dungeon. Actually, there was another difference. Ames was shackled to the wall opposite where I sat, cold and dirty and miserable. At least I'm not alone this time, I muttered, laughing bitterly to myself. Because why not laugh? I would cry otherwise. Right? Now you have 2 men who want you here. Ansy's smiling face swung back and forth between our cell and Stride's. This is so nice. Everybody is together, the way it was always going to be in the end. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Ames sighed, but eventually you're going to have to explain why you're doing all of this. It's the least you can do at this point. You've already kept us jumping through hoops. A smile played at the corner of his lips as he casually tossed a single dice into the air behind his back. Even with the cuffs on his wrists, he did it without effort. Wait, was that one of the dice I'd stashed in my pocket for later? I swung my bound hands around to my side to rub at my pocket. Yes it was. Thank you so much for your advice, Ansy told him dryly. Of course, I have every intention of explaining your part in all this. I'm not going to be forced into it by some packless orphan wolf who wouldn't even be here if he wasn't adopted and then mated to a wolf far more powerful than he could ever dream of being. Oh, she could fuck right off. How dare she talk about Ames that way? You're so predictably boring, Ansy, I informed her, my veins on fire with hatred. Are you going to skip the evil villain monologue where you explain yourself, or are you going to throw the playground insults around a little while longer? Stride spat blood and then rasped. I could always tell them. As if you know, she snapped, not bothering to look his way. But I do, he said. It's so obvious. And honestly, it's exactly what I would have planned if I were in your position. Am I supposed to be flattered? She spared him a glance, scowling. I bet you never thought I'd come back. You didn't think me, a wolf of inferior blood, capable of putting together an army to destroy you and your father for good. Wincing, Stride backed up against the dungeon wall and leaned against it. I admit, it never crossed my mind. She scoffed. Of course not. Blinded by your misguided belief in your superiority. I would say it disgusts me, but in this case, it works out in my favor, because you never saw me coming. Very true, he admitted, inclining his head. But if your idea is to become alpha, why lock us up? Just go for it. Force a mate with me. Kill me. Become alpha. Ansy laughed bitterly. You really are kind of slow on the uptake. I can't let you go, you child. Stride rolled his eyes. No, I get it clearly. With Harlow around, you'll never be strong enough to maintain your place as alpha. She's got that little spectral wolf thing going on and all that moon blood running through her veins. She would always be a threat to you. And so would her fated mate now that they've completed the bond. Well done, she murmured, nodding towards Stride. When did you get a big boy brain? Funny. Stride narrowed his gray eyes. Looks like I underestimated you. We're a lot more alike than I ever gave you credit for. Flattery will get you nowhere. She shook her head and returned her attention to us. And as for the two of you, your work will begin soon. Oh, really? I asked, blurting out a laugh. You think I'm going to help you after all this? I absolutely do. Because remember, you aren't alone in that cell. And I don't need him like you do. And exactly what do you think I'm going to do to help you? I'm going to need you to kill Connelly. Her smile became brilliant, her green eyes shining with excitement. Your father. This has been Snow Moon Charms, a Wolf Shifter Fated Mates competition romance, Full Moon Games Book 2, written by Lindsey R. Loucks, narrated by Courtney Connor, copyright 2023 by Lindsey R. Loucks, production copyright by Lindsey R. Loucks.